From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon registration.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepan, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon.
You want to get a news update, to spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you back today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you back today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba. Skibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Go to there.
Stanton with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon registration.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepan, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, tune to spoon.
You wanna get a news update? Tune to spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
And 12 minutes after 8 p.m. here in Liberia. A pleasant night to you. All those of you listening to us across the country, we'd love to say welcome to the nation's #1 talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. We're live on Spoon 107.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. We're also live on social media where we've got a very huge following. Liberians all around the world, once they get their alert that Spoon TV is live, they do follow. And once that alert goes out that Spoon Talk is live, Liberians from all across the globe do follow to know what's trending in the country. Like our theme song says, if you want to know what's happening in the country, tune to Spoon. If you want to know what's happening in Maryland, in Grand Jida, in Sino, in Cape Mount, in River G, in Bapolu, and the rest of the counties that make up Liberia, then you have to tune to Spoon as well. My name is Diamond Slanger. I'm producing tonight. I do see Dr. Richardson is in the background. She's definitely going to come on. And there's a reason I have the flyer still pinned on the screen so that you take a look at the topics to be discussed today. This is the menu to be served tonight on the show. You can guarantee there's definitely going to be different political views on the diverse topics that we have on display for you today. Topic number 1. President Joseph Boakai, as President of the Republic of Liberia, delivered his first address to the United Nations General Assembly. He's been there before. He's no stranger to that podium, to that stage. He represented Liberia as Vice President when he was given the permission to do so by then President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. But today, as President of the Republic of Liberia, he did address the UNGA. What did the president say? What has been your scorecard for the president? Delivery, substance. What grades do you have for President Boakai? Delivery and the substance of his speech. That is going to be discussed in-depthly on the show. Topic number 2. Indicted former Minister Tweah returns to Liberia to face criminal charges. The country woke up to the news that the former finance minister had come in country around 1 a.m. this morning via the Roberts International Airport on board a commercial airline, and we responded to that information. Yes, the former finance minister was at the grounds of the Temple of Justice, to be precise, Criminal Court C. He posted a bail bond of $8 million United States dollars. That is going to be talked about. The trial is scheduled for November of this year. The third topic, the thing where, let's say, when you, I don't know how to say it, but there's this Liberian way of saying this thing like, people come with their own, and Representative Bility has resigned. He said, your party. Our visions don't align anymore. There must be political concessions for reconciliation to happen. So based on those reasons, plus many other reasons, he resigned as chairman of the Liberty Party and subsequently as the member of the party. But he just didn't go alone. We do see his lawyer, confidants are also resigning from the Liberty Party. The question is, where next to? That has been the huge anticipation, with Dr. Richardson saying Mr. Bility is headed to the Alternative National Congress, the ANC, which you could say he's already an affiliate member of. But what are the other reasons, behind his resignation? The last topic to be discussed is that of Amin Modat, the current embattled commerce minister, or about his 150 thousand or 96,000, vehicle from MedTech and a host of other issues. But the commerce minister is also presenting a picture that he's not bothered. He's working. He's opening a Liberianization center to display Liberian products and the Ministry of Commerce. But is that enough of a distraction to take away from what's happening? And lastly, Dorkopo, the Tina, it's too serious now. The University of Liberia has constituted an investigative committee to investigate how, if Mr. Cooper is a student of the university, has he ever been enrolled in the university, and how come he was poised to have graduated from the university. So that topic is also out. The university has constituted a 5-man committee to investigate circumstances surrounding the whole door coupolization. Well, with these topics, you've read the flyer. Let's move on. Let me take off the flyer now. Dr. Richardson is definitely going to come on once she's ready. And we'll talk just on the top of these topics. Liberians are going to call in and tell us what's on their minds. And we will wait the rest of the panelists to join us. But tonight promises to be a very, very feisty show. So Dr. Richardson, once you're ready, you can come on board and let's get the show rolling. All right. But let me say hi to Maureen Allow.
Oh, Diamond, you breaking up? Oh, how you doing? They know that their birthday was some kind of celebration. We see you yesterday. You even show face.
Dr. Richardson, you said you not join it. Yeah.
But all of this, because we got used to you presenting the show, and then even though your replacement did very well. It was what's his name? Trocon did very well, So when I opened the show and I saw Trocon, which was we would give a shout out to him, and I said, well, Dama was here for his birthday, and he told us it, you just send me money, I will not be here.
I said Friday. Friday I will disappear.
The disappearing Agna. At the time, Friday. But anyway, I'm glad you had a wonderful birthday.
Emergency. I told the CEO about it.
No. I'm just playing around. I'm playing around, audience.
Just say, "Oh, I miss you."
Yes. So we started, but I'm happy you had a wonderful birthday. You actually deserve to have a day for yourself. That's your birthday. It comes once a year. And so I'm okay. I'm okay with it. It's just that it was just I had to adjust myself. So which is good. And Trocon did very well. Well, I'm gonna wait before we start talking about the different topics. We got a lot on the plate tonight, a lot of things for Liberian people to dissect. I believe that I want to talk to Liberians. Please come here. Listen to what we have to say, the different views, process it, marinate it, think about it, reflect about it, and make the best decision for Liberia. There are things we'll say that you will not like. Don't think all of us on the panel, there are things that our fellow colleague says doesn't align with who we are as people or our views, but it's their views. And one of the hallmark of improving our country, development in our country, is to be tolerant. We come from a history which the Civil War showed that we're very tolerant of each other. We've been tolerant. We have had a social one, social all government. That form of government is the hallmark, the poster child, or the poster child of intolerance. Because how can someone social one, social all? That means that one person will just talk all. We agree? No. Okay, so just take what we give you. People run with different information. Oh, you guys do this. I will repeat again. I said this again too, and I will stop so we can take calls. Information in Liberia is not forthcoming. It's not like we're having information like other countries where you can put the TV on, you get CNN View, MSS View, Fox View, all these different things. Not like that. We've been in a dark age for a very long time of information. So when we hear something, will give you bits and pieces. Sometimes, a lot of times, we do get it right. Okay. Sometimes some of the details may not add up, but it is the right information because that's where the digging process starts. So people come to then defend themselves or don't defend themselves. Newspaper be defending people. So that you come in, the way that you come in is to process the information, marinate down, take what's good for the country, and support us to development. That's the only reason why we can't spend 3 hours. I'm not actually 100% well today, but I made it my duty to be here today. So, Diamond, let's go ahead and take calls. And we want to just welcome all of our Liberian people. I'm sure you did that already, right?
Yeah, I just did a few to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you for the intro, diverse views, and the panelists on the show represent a sample
Mm-hmm.
of the general population that we have. From this sample, you can tell that Liberians, have got their own free minds. They support issues based on what their interests are. We see it off stage, on stage, and the rest. There should be a treatment method out to one person if this person does not believe in that person. But if similar situation occurs to a person who that person believes in and they feel like something else, this the standard should be different for the person they support. And that just goes to show you that we all have got interest, irrespective of what our interest will be. But it's good that we have a diverse panel. If we had it one way, the whole entire show leaning, in one direction, it wouldn't have attracted the audience, the show attracts, irrespective of sides people do have. But Dr. Richardson, quickly before we go to the phone lines, we talked about this Dog Cooper situation. We've been talking about it on the radio, on social media, and all of that. The University of Liberia has now launched an investigation
Mm-hmm.
into circumstances surrounding the entire Dog Cooper gate. How did he become eligible to get souvenirs? Is he a student of the university? Has he been a student of the university? Was he eligible to graduate? And all of the circumstances. So the university has constituted a 5-man committee, to
Mm-hmm.
investigate those circumstances. What say you concerning particular situation?
Well, first, it was a good move on the university's part to open an investigation because it leaves a stain on the university that people can get documents to participate, whether you fully participate or not. Some kind of crocodile way, for me, for lack of a better word, I would say some kind of way they can get degree or they can get a 7 year to participate. So the university has to clear it out because the credibility of the university is at stake. And anytime you have a university where credibility is at stake here, people may not want to attend because anybody can go. It will be the just come graduate university. Okay, that means that I can buy my way through to get the requisite degree. We don't want that. So this investigation is a good thing for Doc Cooper. Like I said the last time, I mean, got traffic because how did he get all of the things, the gown, the to go even stand up and think that you can get away with it? That's the question. How did this happen? To have the heart or the desire or the drive is to be able to say, I will pay, I will get something, or I will go stand out there. That other driving past my, the people can say, oh, that can't lay your face. Okay, yeah, but I gotta say can't lay your face because definitely with all of the the regiment, the stringent regiment, I know for the university that I am, it's very stringent. You got to go through check 1, check 2, the registrar office. Then when you go buy a gun and check the list to see if you're needing there, you got to make sure they always calling me as a faculty member to make sure that my grades are in. I have this student on my roster. They present the roster to the department chair. She checks it, then she double checks with us to make sure that these students sat at the university, sat in class, they met they defended the dissertation at my level because you have to defend your dissertation to pass. They completed an internship. So all of those checks and balances are occurring. How did Doc Cooper get through? We don't know. And worst of all, this man is in government. Isn't that Diamond? I know he
It's
serves.
the commerce inspector, Republic
Yeah.
of Liberia.
So that's bad. He's presenting a bad message for people, for the young people in the country, that you can just get a job without even any qualification? Or how did you sit at that job? We'll have to investigate all of that about him. But I consider draft is there. And wasn't he one time superintendent as well?
Yes, one time superintendent. He resigned that post to contest the 2020 senatorial midterm election. He also served as city mayor of Ganta City and was one time deputy superintendent of Nimba County as well. So he has held high portfolio in Nimba, and this is his, large, biggest one nationwide. As famous
How are
inspector.
you getting some kind of um, echo coming on? Okay, great. Yeah. So, somebody's saying to us that he's not the first. Seyon Jala is saying that perhaps he's not the first. So, you know, again, lesson learned. So I hope the university should investigate and be checking these things, find another way to double check if they are not doing that. If you talk about situation, don't practice that kind of draft list because you get caught, and then we can't be having people who don't have the requisite for a particular position, holding jobs. I will take one thing away from John Modu when you say, Stanton, hello, I just want to finish my thought on this one. One thing, John Modu said that when as a general working with the GAC in Liberia, he noticed that a lot of people were in mismatched jobs, which meant my interpretation that they didn't qualify for the jobs, nor did they have the experience for the jobs that they were in. And that, to me, I think that affects development negatively in our country because, and I know gotta go, but my daughter and my youngest daughter, who's the one in college, the one I was waiting for before I really retire and go back to Liberia. And we're just talking. She said, Mommy, one of the things I learned that you always told me, she said, I'm going to be I'm studying computer science in college, but I'm noticing that I'm not taking my classes will not prepare me for the working world directly, like how people think about it. People think that she would just be doing computer science all day. That's what her expectation. But she's taking classes where it's challenging her thoughts. She got to be more tolerant of people than when she sits in the class, because she was just laughing. She'll say, Mommy, sometimes when I hear my colleague saying something, I can be like, oh yeah, we here today again. Then she got to be open. She got to be able to be persuasive in order to present her thoughts to her teacher, to her colleagues. When she writes her report, she got to be organized. This all come in play in the real world, but not necessarily. It comes to the job, but not necessarily like, what is she going to be doing? So I'm going to stop here because I know our CEO is here with fire. Let's welcome.
No, go ahead, Dr. Richardson. I'm doing something. I just, go ahead, finish your story. I'm here trying to set.
So that's what we're talking about. So because she's just taking first year classes, the general education classes, and is different classes, not necessarily related to her major, but it comes in play because when she graduates, she's going to get a piece of paper that says she graduated in computer science. But the working world is different from, you have to know the degree because she has to work on the computers, but she also has to interact with people. She has to be able to think outside of the box. She has to be able to persuade people she works with, like, okay, go to speak to her boss and say, no, I think I need to use this program versus this program. You need to buy this program. Then I'll ask as a boss, why do I need this program? I already don't spend money. This program does X, Y, Z, and be persuasive and organizing her thought process to me. So when I go home, I'll say, you know what, that young woman that we hired said X, Y, Z. And then I can, make up my mind with it. But yes, that's what we're just talking about, education. But I'm looking forward to a great show, Diamond. And like I said, maybe we can take calls now. Maybe I talk too much to recognize people, but we want to recognize all of you guys. We appreciate you taking the time to be here with us. Without you, there is no spoon. So continue to share the show if you have not done that already. Go ahead. We will stop for a second for you to just share the show. Like CEO can say, give us a thumbs up if you just share the show. This is the biggest platform in Monrovia, and I know that. When I travel, I know that. So go ahead, Diamond. Let's take calls. I don't think I have time to basically welcome people, right? I don't have time, right?
Yeah, we can start in for a minute. Thank you to everybody who reached out, who sent their tokens. We appreciate it. It went a long way. Uh, Happy anniversary to you, Mr. and Mrs. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon.
Yes.
Wish you all the best as you continue. I saw some pictures, and this
What's
tells
up?
you it started from way down the line.
Mom, put it up the way you can put everybody picture up.
Yes,
Put it
was
up.
yesterday, right? Yeah, put it
Yeah.
up if you have them.
Yeah,
Okay, let me-
because you can put everybody with a picture up. So let's see.
Yeah,
Now,
let me.
pay back time.
Oh, you thought I just you're interested.
Oh, yeah, well, when my own anniversary, he made sure he talked about it here.
All right, there is this one picture. You have to tell me all of the two guys who's the CEO on that picture.
Do you still have it?
Yeah, I got them here. I'm about to upload them. This is one.
No, but if it's not there, then don't upload it.
Oh no, we'll spend the time. Let me be. No, so
So we got a lot of serious conversation coming up.
Okay, please hurry up.
We got a lot of information coming up. I don't think the Liberian people want you guys to waste their time. You behaving like James Goodday, who actually we have removed from the payroll because of
who are you talking about?
James Goodday. We remove him from the payroll because
I'm behaving like James Goodday.
I'm talking about Damar. You behaving like James Goodday because I removed him from the payroll because he showed those pictures. So Damar, a hint to a wife is quite sufficient. You don't want to get in a situation you can't handle. Don't show those pictures. Do not be deceived by Eve. Do not be deceived by Eve. Do not be deceived by Eve, Damar.
You're going to back. We'll see that picture. One of them because you can do it.
Those pictures. Why you put them back on? I took the thing. You put it back.
Oh, you took the thing, huh? It's not fair to us. So I mean, you'll be talking.
This picture actually. This picture.
Oh, what CEO?
James had all this picture up. What he's creating problem for them.
Yes, I see you. Y'all describe which one I see you.
Yeah, but I went through Ghana. I spent 2 days in Ghana. It was in Ghana. That was March 6, 2020.
Wow, you can remember.
No, 2000. Sorry, not 2020. Yeah, that was 2000 March 6. That was in Ghana. It was on the Independent Day of Ghana. It was their Independent Day. I spent two nights in Ghana, just 2 nights, and that's it. Yeah, that's the time. It was a good time, right, Damo?
So what are you holding in your hand? That Bible?
Yeah, we came from church. We all had Bible in our hand. We came from church.
Okay.
Yes, they have some in a big fellowship at one of the churches on Budumbura camp, and yeah.
So you've been into God business for a long time.
God is everything we have,
True.
That's the way it is. Yeah.
Thank God for that. But any other picture, I only one picture will see more than picture, man.
No, so put it down and let's go. Let's talk.
But you see the lady in the middle.
No, that one of our church sisters, she's here. She's in I think she's in Ohio or North Dakota. She's here. The gentleman over there, one of my childhood friends, who is in Liberia. That's Lorenzo Kuhn, that's Helen Oche, and that's Stanton. So but put a picture down, my man. We got plenty to talk about. Yeah.
Put a picture on. Let me put a picture on. I shouldn't put a picture on my hands here. My hands been kept to myself.
Okay. So now it's done. So whoever put it up, they put it down. Okay. So let's move. All right. The other picture that was young people time.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were much younger.
That one was nice.
When we were much younger, and then
Where is this? Is this in Liberia, Ghana, or?
No, this is here.
Oh, in America. Okay.
Yeah, this is here. But you see the different, man. Look at you. You see Africa. So look at Africa.
What are you talking? Africa slide.
No, but look at Africa. Look at Africa, and then look at least America. Then look at more advanced America.
They would have recent, almost recent now. Yeah.
So that's the way it is. That's left. That's what you call life. 25 years
Progression.
ago. Yeah,
I just
25 years ago in Ghana, or
I'm
26,
thinking
whatever
about
it may be.
that. But do you see patches of the third data in a CEO suit on a French yet?
What's that?
Piece of the cuff and
What?
Oh, yeah, I see something on the front there.
patches that when the third data on his clothes.
Yeah,
But
that's
But
you know, that you know, I had this suit in. I brought this suit to the state, right? And my wife took it from me. I've never seen it in my life again.
a poverty
She-
go away.
that poverty go.
She took it and I never saw it again. But man, thank you, Dr. Richardson. A good anniversary, man. I got sick from the food I ate. Yeah, that's why I don't like restaurant food.
I know.
But yeah, but it's all good. It's good to have you, Damo. Thank you. We got a lot to discuss today, folks. Leave the anniversary thing. Don't get into Damo and James Goodday. You know, I'll take care of them.
Happy anniversary, Lau and Stanton.
Yeah, my wife is okay. Uncle Sam Jackson, he's always sit on his dining room table in the kitchen. I see Paul Kennedy in the back.
If Uncle Sam got enough alcohol in the
I think somebody, that's not alcohol, man. I think is that
No,
drink?
this is Kill Drift. It's a brandy. It's a South African brandy.
Yeah, but
It
can
tastes
you?
almost like XO.
Yeah, but Uncle Sam, can you just take it away or redirect
Oh yeah,
yourself?
okay. I mean, I agree. I can take it away.
Yeah, because folks are saying that you're promoting drinks. Unfortunately, let me
The
bring
rest
in.
of the is okay because you eat rice, right?
Unfortunately, let me bring in.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
Yeah,
Why,
Uncle Sam,
why, why it gotta be unfortunately?
because if you ask me, if I have my way, I won't bring you on. But that's
You
a
got your
people's
own way.
show. That's a people's program, so I have to bring you on.
Okay.
If I have my own way from my heart, I will not bring you on. But that's a people's show. So
Some people can keep in their heart, you know.
no, but seriously, I like
Bring it up. I had to have.
Listen.
About.
from my heart, I have my way. I will not bring you on. But at the people's show, I can't keep you away. You are Liberian. If you are Senegalese, I was going to keep you away. So we have identified that you are Liberian. So we have to bring you.
We need to dig deeper. I'm not sure he's a Liberian. Now, Fadiga,
You know that Fulham already.
we need to no, Stanton, don't gonna help anybody now an alibi yet. We need to dig deeper. We're already into the
I have established he's a Liberian. Seriously.
Let's see the exhibit.
Call Reverend Martin. He will ask for the birth certificate. Like he did my job.
We need to see the member. We need to see the member. We need to see the member.
Can you find that clip real quick?
We need to see the member. Fadiga, we need to see the member.
Dama, thank you. Please find it real quick.
We need to see all. They men are big aliens in here, so.
Well, I mean, there will be no drinking wine. Thank you. You put your wine in your tea mug. That's good. Don't be flashing with your wine on the show. I know that thing is not wine. Yeah, but you keep it in the tea mug, my man. We're trying to take away our audience complain about all the liquor you'll be drinking on the show. So take you away from the conversation. You know, I'm grateful to God. I've never drank and never smoked. You know,
3 hours still not talking. We gotta drink.
So we want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk again. We got a big show today. We have the president addressing the United Nations for a little over 50 minutes. We have Musa Belete resigning from Liberty Party. Not only Musa Belete, Wade Power and the rest of them resigning. So now Yombly and Delon can take away Liberty Party. Or without favor, without fear. We have Samuel Tweah, the former finance minister. He's back in Liberia. Samuel Tweah. He went to the court, presented his bond, and walked out. Samuel Tweah, the former finance minister, is back in the country. We have more information on Ami Modal. something new on Ami Modal. And somebody play music. Can we check it? Music is playing in the back, please, guys. Yeah, I think it's from you, Paul. Just when you muted, it went off. Can you please check? We have how you call it, new development on Ami Modal. And somebody talk about Double Jada and also Minister Cooper Cry. A very brand new information coming. I had to make it. My thing is that I sent a message to Minister Cooper Cry, and I'm waiting for his response before I can break that news to the Liberian people. It may not be anything, but Liberian people got to know. Because once I know, I have to let you know. That's me. Once I know, I have to let you know. You know, and the Liberian people got to know everything plus more. So we want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk. We love having you. Because of you, we are here. So share the show. Tell somebody to come. Just share the program. Joseph Yuma Boakai addressed the entire world today, the United Nations. We have so many takeaways. I will ask my fellow panelists, folks on the panel, to grade the president. He talked about drugs. That's my only takeaway for today, when he spoke about the drugs issue, because I have questions. So we love you too, Samuka. We love you too, Rachel. We love every one of you. Can you share this program? It's going to be a fire program tonight. You, my fellow Liberians, let me ask you a question. You all, they couldn't explain anything about $2.3 million in the off-budget expenses. You let that go? My guest said he didn't sign on the recast budget. Amara Conner, the good friend of Paul Kennedy, said he didn't sign on the recast budget. A lot of them say, oh, I didn't sign. But then who signed on it? So now we got a divided house. We have a divided Senate. But they are taking the city fee. But it's strategic though. They didn't sign because some of them knew that it was going to pass. We got a work to do. We got a work to do. My beautiful wife is sitting watching movie alone. My son Stanton Jr. is downstairs doing homework. I have to leave them. My daughter is in her room, maybe researching something on the computer. We have to leave our family to come and talk to you. My grandson will soon be knocking at that door. I'm not opening it. But we have to leave our family just to come and get you what you need to hear. You may not like our position, but you decide. You may not like us because we trying to bring the change. That's we all champion. And he said, well, why are you against the old man? Why are you against Unity Party? Are you bringing back John Manawia? Look at me. John Manawia, my second talk. But you decide. You ask for rescue. But how did you ask for rescue? Rescue Mokam rescue themselves? You decide. So what we're going to give you tonight, you can go and investigate. We speak and order follows. And tomorrow morning, a lot of people are going to run with the story we gave you tonight. And as I said, W. Oh, Amutuke, oh, Amutuke, oh, hey, Amutuke, Joey, Amutuke. The man in the country.
No,
That
you
way you
did
won't
not.
find out of music. That way you won't find out, please, I'm begging you. The man in the country. Uncle Sam, own little brother and best friend in the country. Uncle Sam, the man that knows the economy of the country, that Uncle Sam, Reverend or not, he's in the country. So Uncle Sam will talk because you know what? Samuel Tweah is back. Yeah, I'm to try. Hey, I'm a cookie. Yeah, I'm a cookie. You remember that song? You remember the son though? He's back. Oh, Samuel Tweah would come back, they would cuff him at the airport, they would drag him and put him in jail. They would throw the key in the ocean. Oh, yeah, it's a red light, the Interpol red light. Samuel Tweah arrived, got in his brother's car, went, presented his bond, and walked out. Now you need to know the real story. What our government did to allow Samuel Tweah to come and walk free. You need to know whether the government is going to prosecute Samuel Tweah. They said November 12th. You need to know whether they are sincere. And that's what we are here to tell you. Samuel Tweah, oh, he's in hiding. Samuel Tweah, oh, the FBI looking for him. Oh, the CIA looking for him. Oh, Interpol looking for him. Oh, the MI6 looking for him. Samuel Tweah got in the plane, arrived on Rara International Airport, went through immigration, got in his car, his lawyer, they went to the courthouse. That's the power. That's the power of money. That's the power of money. That's the power. Now, when we negotiate with you, just come. They lay out to Samuel Tweah. They must obey. And we will go into this. We will go into this because your government, our government, the people's government, the rescue government, had a negotiator with Samuel Tweah to come in the country. We have to let you know today. Amutukeu, amutukei, amukukeu, Samuel Tweah, amukukeu, amukukeu, Samuel Tweah, amukukei, amutukeu. You remember the song? They call the man the Quote Grammar Crewman. I know about.
So yesterday when you hear me singing, ooh, amukukeu.
But play the whole thing, Dama. I beg you, play the whole thing.
So yesterday when you hear me singing, ooh, I'm we're fighting against.
That's true. Ladies and gentlemen, in the words of Prophet Key, boys and girls, you do not take bullfrog to a beauty pageant. I want to welcome every one of you. We're going to have a great show tonight. Light everything down. Turn the volume of your radio. Get the spoon. Get on super. Get on fabric. Turn everything down and listen to the voice of reasoning. Because our country is on whole and not a planet. Our country, our people that beg for the change, they will see Samuel Tweah dancing to the battle cry, Amutukeu. Wherever you find yourself today, share the show. I just want us to play this. And I just want us to show Samuel Tweah walking out of the courthouse, or show him walking in the courthouse laughing, and then you can decide. But before we do that, we got 9 more minutes left to show time. We're going to play the song one more time, and we're going to ask my dear daughter, Francine Chinua Special Richardson, my Uncle Samuel P. Jackson, the man from NSC, my dear brother, Paul Kennedy, the man who was beaten by Americana. Oh my God, that was a blow. And my brother on home, I am not pleased at all. Hussein Fadika. We're going to go ahead and have a wonderful show tonight because the people deserve better. Samuel Tweah never came from the opposition hole just to come and show himself and say, I surrender all. No. Prince Johnson said, no retreat, no surrender. Samuel Tweah came on a plan. He came and he surrendered to his brother, got in his brother's SUV, and nobody touched him. Because it was prearranged by the court. It was prearranged by folks in the government that pretended to fight corruption. And we're here talking about, yeah, we will fight corruption. Dr. Richardson talked to us. Uncle Sam, you come next. Paul Kennedy joined us. My brother off, Hussein Fadika. And then I will bring the rest of the team in. Share the show. It's fire tonight. Dr. Richardson.
So we have a lot on our plate tonight. Very interesting topic for the development of Liberia. We have topics relating to the justice system. We have topic relating to how the president communicated Liberia's aspirations to the world, of course, and the role of political parties in Liberia. And lastly, we have Samuel Tweah's story, I guess. So I'm interested in just learning about all of those issues contributing to the conversation. I don't know if you want us to give our thoughts about the things that you talked about or just do the opening as usual.
Yeah, we just don't do the quick opening because everybody is coming on right now with about 7 years. I want to give every one of you the chance to have a 1 minute opening.
Okay.
All right, then we'll get into the conversation.
I just wanted to add one more thing. My attention is drawn. I don't know how credible this video is. There's a video where a student owed the SDA Seventh-day Adventist school in Liberia. Her parent had purchased the graduation gown for the student to march, and apparently they owed the school, and so the teacher had handcuffed on the student today and had her march to the school. I saw that, and people flagged me on it. That is a little bit barbaric for me. That is not how you deal with parents owing school. You don't handcuff and embarrass a student like that. So I want to hear more about this video. I want to search more. I'm so Diamond in the background. If you know more about this, more information, can you please share us at a later time? Thank you. I just wanted to put this out there to the world.
And those will be, if we have time, we'll get to it. Yes, the video not from today, Dr. Richardson. It was 2 days ago. We saw that video. But thank you for flagging it. And we have time, we'll get to it. It's very embarrassing to the Minister of Education. It's very embarrassing to the school system in our country. It's embarrassing to the government as a whole. But we'll get to it. Uncle Sam, welcome to the Spoon Talk, sir.
So this is not about the government. It has nothing to do with the government. It has something to do with us as a people. That's the mindset we have. That we come from a very primitive country. That's the mindset. You have to admit that. And I just put in the chat room, people living in graves. We fail. All of us have failed. This country, we have failed. And instead of nightly, daily, beating up on each other, let's get together, use our medulla oblongata to truly rescue this country. That's what the Liberian people voted for on September 17. When they went into the muddy water to the feces-infested water, that's what they wanted. Joseph Boakai's speech at the UN today did not represent rescue. It was banal, it was common, it never made Liberia's case, and it was very disappointing. People around the world don't know the kind of decadence that he inherited. They don't know where we stand as a people. He did not ask for. All he did was he read a speech. He kept flipping his.
1 minute, Uncle Sam. 1 minute. Just an intro. We will get to it, guys. When we say intro, it should be intro. Hit it, and let's just move on. We will get into the substep. Let me bring in. Thank you very much for reconnecting, Uncle Sam. Try to come back after your internet allow you. Paul Kennedy, talk to us.
Thank you, Sandra. Good evening to my fellow panelists. Good evening to the Liberian people following us. I see my sister Glenning there in a bright yellow hair tie. Yeah, I'm always glad to see you. I think it's going to be a good show tonight, and our utmost gratitude to the Liberian people for giving us this platform to contribute to the little we know about issues in Liberia. My friend and brother has come back to Liberia. Samuel Tweah, his arrival coming back to Liberia, and the process actually makes me to feel that Liberia is maturing in our democracy. Under the law, we are all innocent until proven guilty. So I'm glad my brother is back to exonerate himself from the charges laid on him. We'll be looking to discuss the issue of the purchase of the $96,000 car by a sitting minister. We are looking at the president's speech and what we think is going to contribute to the country from the United Nations standpoint. And all of these issues, we are using this platform to discuss tonight. So let's just be grateful to the Liberians who have gathered to be here to support us in doing that. Thank you all. And we are looking forward to a fiery discussion tonight.
Thank you very much for Kennedy, Brother Hussein. Your 1 minute, sir.
I like that my good friend Paul started with former Finance Minister Tweah. He mentioned he's happy that his friend and brother is back, but he speaks to some of the hypocrisy that we deal with on a daily basis. Dave was a fugitive from justice, a man that ran away, evaded the law, came back in the country. He is given a rousing welcome. And now people are talking innocent and proven guilty. But when I decide to support my friend and brother, Ami Moda, then I'm not patriotic enough. I don't love my country. But I just wanted to point out some of those inconsistencies and why I choose to satisfy my conscience when it comes to Liberia and not listen to the crowd, because people are just, the hypocrisy in this town is just annoying. But and then the president's speech today, of course, we'll go into it. He did a brilliant speech. He touched on everything. He's got a standing ovation from world leaders that stood up for an elderly statement. I think he did very well as compared to his predecessor. I was shocked, at his performance today. The girl, I think I shared that video in there of that girl. If I could jump in that room, I would jump. I would make my duty to find that little girl. On your graduation day, you know what that means? I saw that video.
What it matters so much. I did make an error. I said SDA school, but the people said SD secondary school. So I just want to make sure that we have that correction. Okay.
Right. In some school, in some crazy person did something crazy. It was just annoying. What happened to common sense? So hopefully we'll touch on that and share some light.
Yeah. Let me bring in Glenny and Avatoba. Glenny.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be back here. Center, we miss you yesterday. No matter what, no matter who you are, we still miss you. Because I think we have a connection on this platform. So whether somebody who irritates you or don't irritate you, I'm not bothered by Stanton what he does, but I still miss him every now and then. Hello, Doc. Hello, everybody. But I want to agree with Fadiga.
So you always dream about me when you sleep, right?
I don't dream about you. That's a negative. So I want to agree with what Fadiga said, and I'm a bit amazed by what Paul is saying. Paul is supposed to be someone who knows right from wrong. To come here and blatantly praise the fact that Samuel Tweah is back and the law is working, It's alarming to me. This is of this, like Fadika describing, this was a fugitive of justice. He fled the country when he was supposed to report himself. Let's not kid ourselves. Let's not ignore that little fact. Yes, we understand that he's back. And what I couldn't understand today is upon his return that he was able to even get bail. So this man was running. So it means that everything that happened prior to the time that he ran away, did they just scrap everything? Did it not matter that he ran away? Did it not matter that he didn't turn himself in? I think we have to, I always sing this song. We got to speak truth to power. Whether I your brother or you're cussing. What was done was wrong. And we must not jump over that. We have to speak about that.
Thank you very much, Glennie. How about your 1 minute of intro, sir?
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, maybe to some people, good morning out there. It's a privilege to be here. I was just watching a clip with three wise men, three educated men. One was talking about the years, the other one talk about tomorrow, the other one talk about in a moment and the breath you're taking. So for everybody out there, appreciate the breath you take in the moment because you don't know what's next. Just to touch briefly on the whole fugitive situation. Anytime a fugitive returns, the fugitive is arrested, incarcerated, and put through a process. The only thing I can say, there had to be some prior discussion, some prior arrangements, on the condition that one kind you're doing arrest me, whatever went into that. Hopefully at some point it will be reviewed. But that is not the standard process when somebody is a fugitive from justice. So I look forward to the show. I look forward to the discussion. And hopefully, we'll be able to meet the new, because I like this new branding, CEO, seriously, where we're really trying to give the people the news and educate them and inform them and be disciplined among ourselves. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Now we're going to do the 2 minutes round table with the first conversation.
Upon a correction, please. I beg you. Upon a correction. I beg you.
Go ahead, sir.
Samuel Tweah is not a fugitive. He was not in the country.
If you want to make that correction, we ask you to wait. We'll come to you after Dr. Richard said.
Thank you very much.
And Samuel Tweah conversation will be the first conversation on the show tonight.
Right.
Okay. I know you have other things you want to go through. Please don't go there. Let's take it step by step. We have our topics. I put it in the chat room. For the people to go with something, let's do it one at a time. So we're going to make Samuel Tweah conversation the first. We're going to come to President Boakai's speech because we're still uploading some of the videos. Okay. Now we have the script. We just want to get into it. And I want you to grade the president's speech. But what is so trending right now, seriously, in the country, is Samuel Tweah in the country. That is trending more than President Boakai's speech. I should tell everybody, truthfully. Let me come to you, Dr. Richardson. Let's talk about Samuel Tweah. Let's play some of the video. And Dama, you want to upload some of the pictures as well. Let me play this video.
And welcome. This is Spoon TV. We're live here at the ground of Criminal Court C. There you see former Finance Minister Samuel Tweah making his way into Criminal Court C, shaking hands, exchanging pleasantries, people taking a picture on him. And he has just made his way into the court. We cannot enter, but what we can say is you can see the former finance minister has made his way into the court.
All right, I'm going to play another video.
So, smooth is about the trip.
All right, we saw Samuel Tweah going into the court. We saw Samuel Tweah leaving. I want us to give it our best shot. We want to ask the Liberian people their position. After you have only 2 minutes, please. I will be watching the time. Let's talk about the Samuel Tweah. Now, couple of things coming up. Was Samuel Tweah or figurative? Was Samuel Tweah in the country? And after the announcement, did he flee? We have to establish all of that. Was he out of the country prior to the announcement that they open an indictment on him? So give it your best shot and let Liberian people hear you because we want to hear from them. This government, and I will come in last to say, yes, what I know, what I heard today. For the guy you in the die. Thank you. What I know, what I hear today, because it's important for Liberian people to know. and Ava cut it. There was pre-arrangement discussion that was done in the back, right? His lawyer, Arthur Johnson, and other people went there and did what they usually do, that Samuel Tweah will not be put in the handcuff. But let's hear you guys. Dr. Richardson, you go first, your 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I want to say that Samuel Tweah practice of financial management at the Ministry of Finance was not the best. I don't know him, but I know in studying his practices, like how money was appropriated to different agencies. For example, the money received from the Port, the Commerce Ministry, it is documented that, he would just get a call and then, of course, submit the money to the president or who wanted the money. Now, I'm not in favor of such practice. However, though, I am in favor of the law taking its course. I do know that in law, I'm not a lawyer. My father is not a lawyer. I do know that there are bargaining processes that it can occur. I would have liked to have seen him arrested and, like people are saying. However, that did not happen. Perhaps as we're hearing a bargaining process occur, the Liberian people wanted him in the country. So what I would actually want to recommend is that we get support for the judicial system right now. He's in the country. We need forensic support. We need to contact our international partners to make sure that we win this case. Because let
me ask you a question, Dr. Richardson. Sorry to interrupt you. You got about 30 seconds left, but let me ask you: Is that what you want, though, or is that what I want? If you wanted them to handcuff him, but they didn't, can you make that argument again? Because you say you wanted them to cuff him.
Yes, it's not. I wanted them to cuff him. I would like for him to be incarcerated right now. Okay, because even though he wasn't in the country, like people are arguing when he was charged, when the allegation was made. Okay, but he didn't come right away either. He didn't come. So I think someone can make that argument that there was some breaking of the law. However, though, it's not what I want. It's what is consistent with good governance, with the rule of law in the country, a pillar of the arrest agenda. It's what is consistent with the law. A lot of times, legally, is not what I want. It's what is consistent with the Constitution and the law of the land. So that's what I have to say in my 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. I appreciate it. Uncle Sam, your 2 minutes.
Well, the circus that my friends wanted to happen today did not happen. So they're angry. There was no circus. We live in a liberal democracy with the rule of law. He's not a fugitive from justice. He wasn't in the country when the arrest was announced. From afar, he tried to make bail, to file a bond. He was obstructed by the rescue rascals, hoping to score political points to their constituents by having Samuel Tweah come to have handcuffs on him, put in the back of a truck, and take it to South Beach. That's what they wanted. But let me tell you something. The quality of mercy is not strained. It dropped from heaven like the rain above. What you saw today was a liberal democracy that we fought for, rule of law, and assumption of innocence, and all of those principles that my rescue friends don't want to conform to or appreciate in the liberal democracy. They wanted a circus. They wanted a circus, but that circus, and they're angry because they didn't get that circus. And you will be angrier because Samuel Tweah will be vindicated by the jury of his peers or a bench trial. You will be crying. This is a liberal democracy where the assumption of innocence is cardinal to our system of justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Paul, a lot of shot came your way. Your friend to Samuel Tweah, but I think we'll give you 2 minutes. Talk to us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sandra. In these kind of case incidents, people normally put their emotion into it, but emotion is not the law. Samuel Tweah left Monrovia immediately after inauguration to go to Cote d'Ivoire, where he has resided for a long period of time. He was in Cote d'Ivoire when the rate of arrest came out. You cannot run from a rate of arrest when you are not present within the jurisdiction of that rate of arrest. Under the law, when they issue you a rate of arrest, you just don't run towards the rate of arrest. You have to process your legal team. You have to even do consultations, which is what the Honorable Minister has been doing. And if we all can go back on this platform, there was another rate that came to suspend the rate of arrest from the very Supreme Court that the Samuel Tweah and the entire team of people who had the rate of arrest issued for. There was a second letter going from the Supreme Court saying that these people will not be arrested and they should be, brought. They should be asked to come in for hearing. The Supreme Court is the highest body of our law, in the country. We have to respect it. Today, when I saw the Supreme Court acting in order of its ordinance, I really thought that the Liberian legal system, our constitutionality is being improved, it's getting mature. And I don't care what sentiments we have. There are other former finance ministers in Liberia who are indicted. In fact, the Honorable Minister Tweah is the first minister of government who has been out of the country and indicted and actually returned to the country. The rest of them went when they indicted and they never came back. Amara Kone was charged for 100 million. He was indicted by the CDC government. He never came back for 6 years. But we're cherry picking here. We are clapping for one group of people who do wrong and trying to prosecute the others. Liberia, man, we got to be serious. I'm really proud that Samuel Tweah came back. He will be giving his day in court, which is November 12th. He will go there to exonerate himself. If he's found guilty, he's going to go through the pleas of the court of the law. So I think that we should take our sentiments out of this and follow the rule of law. Our country is a country of laws, not of men. So let's look at the process. Let's allow it to get mature. Let's take our sentiments out of it and sit and watch and see it. The first order process has gone through. A lot of people thought they were just going to arrest him, but the Supreme Court said do not arrest him because on the second note of issue. So the Supreme Court can't say arrest him and say don't arrest him, then you come back and say arrest him. So, all of these are part of the judiciary process, and we have 3 branches of government, and I'm sure that those branches of government should be respected in accordance of the performance of its duties. You look at me how you want, but I'm not a lawyer. I'm just listening to what the lawyers will say. I'm not a lawyer. It's not me supporting Samuel Tweah.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. And again, folks, we will be coming to you, asking you for you to give your own response to this issue. Okay, so just get your phone line ready. We will be hearing from you today. Fadiga, talk to us your 2 minutes, please.
Now some of you see why I don't care about how people feel. People that act like they are holier than the Pope. Now you see how the table has turned. You see that the tune start shifting. That's the hypocrisy of somehow the way we do business in Nigeria that I frown against. Yesterday he was. I'll go straight to my point. Look, what are the fugitive surrounders or he is arrested? The fact of the matter here is when that person was a fugitive, the process is they are arrested. They are arraigned. For the fact that he came last night, he should have remained in jail, arraigned in the morning, and if there is a bill set, then that person is free. That's the process. The optics didn't look good for the government. The optics look very terrible. It makes it seem like we are weak to fight corruption. It makes it seem that we are colluding. I've always said that I'm cautiously optimistic when it comes to fighting corruption in Liberia because it goes a long way from the court system to some people have a corrupt system. For this man to be paraded around as some hero is saddening. Look, Paul says something. Uncle Sam said the same thing, and I almost cringed. He said he was not a fugitive. Google Samuel Tweah. Don't even listen to me. There was a government issue or Interpol red notice for this man. There was it on BBC, every something. We play it here, we talk about it. For people to come here and struggle to say, hey, he went to court and the Supreme Court this. I have to say we have amnesia. It's sad. It's sad. But those are the same people yesterday that was striking as being more here. You know what? It reminds me of the story of the Zogos in Liberia. You know, when they apprehend one criminal in the market, everybody beating. The one that beat them the most are the one that are the same people that can be breaking in people's homes. I'm not insinuating that any of our team member involved, but that's the mindset we cultivate in this country. That everybody protect their home. It's sad day for Liberia. I wish we could show some sign that we are fighting to bring about accountability. Not only when it's attached to one person, we speak up. When our friends will sit down, you must be consistent. If you want to be consistent, be consistent. If you choose to stand with your friends, stand with your friends. But don't pretend about it. I know I don't pretend about it. So when I saw Samuel Tweah, that was the optics they were looking for. They wanted the world to see that the government is weak. And they kept taunting us on social media. Oh, you see, Tweah in the town, you can't do nothing. Catch me if you can. Because they know our justice system is corrupt. It's polluted. Oh, he got $8 million bond. Yeah, it's a man. That's on sanction. How you got $8 million bond? Have anybody verified that bond? Well, I don't know about it. I'm not saying that you cannot get a bond. I'm not saying that it's impossible. But you got a lot of if. What happened? But because I don't know what happened, maybe it was a special arrangement. But why would we be making an arrangement with Tweah? Why? Why should we be making a special arrangement? So I'm not going to say much, about it, but I was very disappointed today. I know that there may be some other reasons, those that may be above my pay grade, but I'm sure that the government may have a very good reason. So I was not going to question it, but I personally felt disappointed because the optics didn't look good.
Thank you, Glendy.
So I think we can. I like when people say, and I'm gonna go back to Paul again when he said, "Let's take out the emotion." Everyone speaks with emotion. No one does. No one talks with no emotion. If I'm sitting like that emotion I showing, he's sitting over there, he's talking that emotion. We all have emotions. We all speak with emotions. So when we say take out the emotion, then no one talks without emotion. You need emotions to speak. And then the caveat that Uncle Sam always ends at saying, United Party people. I want to clarify, I'm not a United Party partisan. My opinions are from Glenda Juniors, not because I supported Joseph Boakai. So when we always run to that thing, oh, the United Party, they're angry. Who's expressing more emotions than anybody else here on this platform? Who has the most emotions? Who is so worried about what Joseph Boakai, how he didn't speak today and how he stood up? I think the speech was good for me, in my opinion. I think it was a great speech. There may be some things that I have concern with what he said, especially the drug issue. There may be things that we're concerned with.
When it comes to Joseph Boakai's speech, Glendy, let's finish with Samuel Tweah.
So, okay, let's do Tweah.
Yeah.
So how can we do that? And then when we're looking at, I love my brother Paul. He is so learned. He's educated. Define, please go and define fugitive. When you're running from one place or you're hiding from the law, that fugitive. If Samuel Tweah in Africa, he just has an hour or 2 hours to cross the border and come over and say, yeah, am I. The fact that he didn't come, that he had to go to court to change everything, to get a new set of proceedings, meant to me that he was running from the law, which makes him a fugitive. We can explain it any which way we want to explain it. And until the law is the law, we may not know the intricate details of what happened today.
I'm sorry,
and
Asa,
how
can you
it
mute?
happened.
I'm sorry, Glennie. Asa, can you mute yourself? Go ahead, man.
Because we cannot know the intricate details of what happened today and how it happened, people will still assume, people will make assumptions that what happened today is not clear. And how is it that it happened with someone who had to negotiate a rousing welcome or walking in free will, no whatever. I don't care if they are handcuffed. It don't do me nothing. I don't really care about it. What I care about is that the government should proceed correctly. And it shouldn't be Samuel Tweah today and then somebody else, when they run away from the law, then they handcuff them. They must be balanced. They must be fair in it. So when we're always saying, oh, so person did it, we didn't speak. Where were you when the people were speaking? We all were not on spoon before, so we all didn't have the opportunity to know what was said during Amara Kanata or doing Ellen Johnson or doing Avato Batam. People may have spoken, but maybe their voices were not loud enough. But we can't say because it wasn't done then and it's happening now that we cannot speak. We have to be able to speak. And so
Thank
I
you.
hope what they did today, it will happen to any ordinary Liberian who will run from the law and come back and walk scot-free like Samuel Tweah today.
Thank you, Glennie. Thank you very much. Ava, can you use your 2 minutes, Ava?
Thank you. I'll mute it. Thank you. I disagree with Glendy on emotions. Some things you talk about with emotions, some things you're not vested in it. You can just speak objectively and speak to the issues. So not every time we speak with emotions. I disagree with Adiga on the side of weakness on the government. Look, we have a government that has 3 branches that can operate independently. The executive branch has already demonstrated their strength by indicting and taking the case to court. Now, how the judiciary handle the case, that's a different issue. It's not, yeah, we want one government, but not every government will operate the same way. The judiciary has the right to listen to representation from Samuel Tweah. He doesn't have to physically come to the court to represent himself. He can send a proxy, he can send a lawyer. So the idea that he got to run across the border, Glendy, and come and present himself to the court is not standard. So many times people put their lawyer in front to represent them and try to soften the ground before they come. That is a democratic right. Now, what I don't know is whether Samuel Tweah was actually in the country on July 29th or whatever when they initially issued the arrest warrant and whether he escaped the country. That people need to have clarity about. Okay? But after that first warrant, the court issued another warrant back in September 10th or so. They reissued the warrant, and this time they focused on the $6 million issue, right? And then the same court clarified the next day that they did not issue an international arrest warrant for Samuel Tweah. They made it clear that if there was going to be something with Interpol, it would be the Liberian police. I saw no clear documentation that Liberian police issue, an Interpol international arrest for Samuel Tweah. So until we can validate all of those things, we arrived to today, where he returned to the country last night. Probably his lawyer took custody of him and took him to the court. So we got to let the court proceed. The case there is clear to me. There are things that he need to explain, and hopefully his peers who will be judging him will judge the right way. If he's innocent, then maybe they can find innocent. He's guilty. He need to be incarcerated, and he need to probably restitute the funding. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Abba. Again, guys, let's do another 30-second real quick. You heard from everybody. If you have questions, if you want to comment on something somebody say, we'll start with you, Dr. Richardson. Then we'll go to the phone line to hear from the Liberian people. I will be the last to speak before we go to the phone line. Dr. Richardson.
So there's 2 comments I'd like to add. One is, it is not what I want to happen to Samuel Tweah. Samuel Tweah is charged with some serious charges, some serious allegations. 1, economic sabotage, conspiracy, fraud. These are charges that put Liberia backward, put us behind the curve line. So I'm not taking it lightly at all. However, I would love for the law to unfold. I would love for the law to be the law, okay? I would love for our constitution to work, whether it's Samuel Tweah or anybody. The second thing I'd like to say is we know that our judicial system has some challenges. This is why I am pleading to the judicial system, to the president of the country, to please bring in outside help, because we cannot afford to lose this case, okay? We need some forensic specialists, people who can go through numbers and see whether these charges relating to the appropriation of funds to our government are legit, okay? We need to look at the law, see which laws apply to him, and make sure that we do not lose this case. Like, I have nightmares about losing that drug case. I don't want to be in that situation again. So that's what I have to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Uncle Sam, your 30-second, Uncle Sam.
So let it be clear, Samuel Tweah left the country before the inauguration. That's a fact. He left the country before the inauguration. On September 11th, look at the Observer newspaper of September 11th. The court said there was no international arrest warrant issued for Samuel Tweah. And I can show it to you people who are, you want to see it. Let me just show it real quick.
You don't share. Uncle Sam will upload it. Continue talking. You're running off your time.
But it's in the chat room.
Uncle Sam will upload it.
Okay, great. So, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow Liberians, I'm all for justice. If a court of competent jurisdiction with the jurors of his peers, or if he chooses a bench trial, will convict him, then he must bear the consequences. But until that time, in our democracy that was born from the blood, sweat, and tears of 250,000 of our citizens, that my mother and my father died standing in full lines on Dupo Road and in Bangor Town. They died for the protection of the rights of all. And Samuel Tweah presented himself today to the court. He filed a legitimate bond, which incidentally can be challenged by the government. And up to now, that bond has not been challenged. It is considered valid and enforceable. And therefore, Samuel Tweah is a free man. He's presumed innocent. I don't care how you cry your eyeballs out.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. It's just 30 seconds, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Uncle Sam, your 30 seconds finished. There's no more. Uncle Sam, wait. Let's do this. Let's respect other people. Let's give them the time, please. Your 30 seconds finished.
When Fadiga is taking away 30 seconds, you are giving a heel.
I will not give Fadiga 30 seconds because we got a lot to cover.
Fadiga 30 seconds, you can be giving a heel.
Let me just add this real quick. No international arrest warrant issue for Tweah. That was 9/11/2024. The observers. So that's exactly what Uncle Sam was saying, but we'll come to that. Your 30 seconds, Paul Kennedy.
Look, stand on the facts are glaring. And let me thank my sister Glennie. At least she noticed that, you know, I am somebody who speaks to the issues. We are all human beings. So our emotions can come in and out. But when I spoke about getting our emotions out of it, I wanted us not to prejudge Tweah. The thing is, the gentleman is already in the court, within the court system. And I like when Fadiga scream and yell to make things factual. How Interpol, common sense, Fadiga. When you got Interpol allied, the Ivorian police will arrest you to the airport. Let me tell you that so that you can know today. There is no way that the Minister Tweah will have run through the Ivorian airport without red flag or Interpol alert on him to fly in the plane. So let me educate you on that and stop screaming and yelling when you're giving information that you don't have the data on. Secondly, the Minister Tweah was not in the country when the rate of arrest was issued. He was outside of the jurisdiction of the Liberian Supreme Court. At that point, you can only consider him a fugitive when he fails to submit himself to the court and whatsoever. But we don't know what, like as I said, we don't know what background conversation was going on. And you don't physically need to go to the court. You can send your lawyers. They can be there interceding on your behalf. Once your lawyer appear and take your bond and have a conversation,
Thank you very
that
much, Coach
lawyer
Kennedy.
is you. So
Thank
let's
you.
take our emotion out of the thing and leave it with
Paul,
the
thank
Supreme
you.
Court to go into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Fadiga, please talk to us.
I don't know where you guys reading, but I know anybody can put any story in the newspaper. The government, through the former media institute channel, communicated that information. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to tell you how the process is done in court, and none of you are either. But I
Can I interrupt you a bit, Fadiga? Can you show us where the government announced that the poor red tape for Samuel Tweah?
It's in the chat room.
Can you send it?
I just shared something in the chat room.
When did you put it in the chat room?
Is that a video or the newspaper?
That's a
article?
newspaper article putting Jeremy Pierre.
News.
Okay, hold on now. So let me flag it. It came before the 9/11 observer.
Yes, it was August 16. They were quoting Jeremy Pierre.
Okay.
So Jeremy Pierre was wrong.
So no, guys, listen now. We let one at a time. We're backing you up. We're backing you up. One at a time. Let's try to establish this. Fadiga, continue while I upload what we just put in the chat room. Continue, Fadiga.
All right.
Can I also just? I just need. I'm sorry. This is important for what it says that there was a request made, but we don't know if that request was granted. That's what I'm reading for what Glendy said. It says Liberia has made a formal request to Interpol.
Let's put it up. Dr. Richards, I beg you.
Yeah.
It will be important because I'm reading it, but I want the Liberian people to see it themselves. It is important. Whether Samuel Tweah was on the run due to the request made to Interpol to arrest him. Okay, Fadiga, continue, please.
Well, all the government needs to do is to make the request. I've never seen Interpol not giving it. So I just wanted to say that. But whatever the case is, the other gentlemen were arrested, taken to court, arraigned. They posted the bill. They came out. Minister Tweah, we were aware that he was in the country. It's news to me that Uncle Sam is saying that he was never in the country. But however the case, I'm sure he's on social media. He got a bunch of pages. We know the pages. He knows what's going on in the country. The fact that it took this long for him to come, it says a lot about what happened. But when you look at what happened at the airport, given everything we see, even the BBC carried the news that the Liberian government put a notice, a red notice for him. So I'm quoting reputable media institutions. If anything changed along the line, I'm not privy to it. I haven't seen it. But up to what I know, there was a notice which suggests that he was a fugitive.
Glendy, thank you, Fadiga. Glendy, talk to us. We started the 30-second review, Glendy?
No.
Okay, then go ahead, man.
So I just quickly Googled, and Google can help all of us. Like we can find any newspaper article. So I Googled that, and the newspaper article I found is saying that it was Liberia requested that, and they're quoting what Jeremy Pierre said. Whether it went through, whether it didn't go through, it is quoting the Minister of Information. I'm going to check BBC page also to see if there's a story with that. But that's as far as that part, I just wanted to share that.
Okay. Asiva, let's end with you. Then we'll go to the phone line. Let's hear from the Liberian people. Ava.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's a lot of information we don't know, in specificity, whether Samuel Tweah actually in the country or not, what kind of discussion went on in his absence in terms of his representation with Johnson. And I believe the reason why they incarcerated the other people who were arrested in the case was because they did not have money for bail. If they had bail, they would not have gone to jail. They went to jail because they couldn't make the bail. So we got to make that clear. Yes, most of us think Samuel Tweah is guilty. Most of us think he was corrupt. But if we say we have a justice system and we have a way for justice to be served, then let the man have his day in court. You know, it's not just arresting handcuffed that just show. Maybe for some people, maybe it's important to demonstrate power, but you can't just arrest somebody if the court is not giving that, you know, authority to the police to do that.
So here we are, folks. Get your cell phone ready. Get your phone line ready. We'll be coming to you. Damo, can you come up? We got to go to our own people to hear from them. Samuel Tweah is back in the country. He wasn't arrested whatsoever. He walked in the court. I will play the video. He walked all of his court. His lawyer, Arthur Johnson, by his side. It is important to know whether there was an Interpol red light sent for him. Let me explain this story. It was pre-arrangement, okay, for the return of Samuel Tweah. Whether is that allowed, I don't know. Paul Kennedy said, oh, no. They went ahead and gave American check-up from the country for 6 years after they were looking for him for 100 million problem. I don't know. Spoon Talk wasn't around at the time, like Glenny said. So I don't know. But we're talking about today. Now, those of you that know the law, these arrangements probably, it could be made. And what from our sources, these arrangements were made. Listen, my client is coming to the country. We do not need any of the rest. He was surrendering himself to the court. We have bond ready here and there. Can you accept the bond? Yes. Now, what is the bond? We have the document from the court. There you have it. The court, the response of prosecution is hereby noted. The court acknowledged receipt of a criminal appearance bond tendered on behalf of co-defendant Samuel D. Tweah Jr. in triplicate copies, yet bearing the name of the owner code. No. Samuel Tweah is separated from the other guys, like Ava said. They put him aside. He alone going to take his 8 million United States dollars bond, 8. And the court is obliged to approve the said bond and have the said co-defendant released from prison, prisoner bench, and from further detention. So he was placed on the prisoner bench. The news schema and said, well, he was arrested. Somebody said, no, he wasn't arrested. If you go on prisoner bench, that's a whole another argument whether you are arrested. Yes, when you sit on the prisoner bench, you are detained. You cannot leave except the judge asks you to leave. So Samuel Tweah was somehow, some way detained. Whether you can term that as arrest or not is up to you. But let's just establish he posted 8 million United States dollars bond. Now, which company? Ask yourself. Which company in Liberia has an 8 million backing that you can say, yes, I will post an 8 million bond? Uncle Sam said, can the government question this? Can the government say, no, this thing is not correct? And that's an argument that you can make. We posted our bond from Spoon Network. Arthur Johnson came and said, no, he will not accept the bond. At the time, the very Samuel Tweah and the CDC government shut down Spoon Network. Arthur Johnson was very adamant. He said the bond company were they wasn't legal, and therefore they cannot honor the bond. So now the government have to go and see whether this bond company is legal bond company. So here we are. The government of Liberia, through the Liberia National Police and the justice system, had a formal arrangement to bring Samuel Tweah in the country. That's the information. You go up, you come down, whether they cough and whether they, no. They have formal arrangement to bring Samuel Tweah in the country. Yes, indeed, they pulled back the red tape Interpol arrest warrant. They put it off. The story that Glennie just posted on the IP News, it was true. They had it, they put it off because Samuel Tweah said, I will surrender. And some of Samuel Tweah in government, Arthur Johnson spoke to them that he's coming to surrender on these conditions. 1, no handcuff, no arrest at the airport. We can guarantee you I will bring his living body in court. But we are coming, he will not go to jail. Yes, it's our bond paper. All of my sources today, they were angry. Yes, our document, Glennie, Your Honor, this man must walk free, and it was all pre-arranged. Now, if it is legal, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. But we went through the system. This thing can be arranged. I'm going to tell you this. If you got a good lawyer, it can be arranged. I am not accusing the justice system of our country. If the judge deemed it necessary, he will say, we agree. Mr. Government, are you aware? Are you in full agreement? If the government says yes, case closed. The judge will only decide when the government and the defense lawyer come into some form of agreement. So after Johnson was able to convince Uncle Sam, the government accepted the plea, accepted the arrangement. Samuel Tweah came to the country. You know, I always show people. So people get ready and say, oh, you show sensitive document. So somebody says, Stanton, just talk about it, but don't show it. No matter how Abba push you, don't show it. No matter how they got and say, oh, that ain't true, let them go with their own argument. Because Abba is tempting me to show something right now. Then somebody will get in trouble again. So let me be in my own corner. I shouldn't reveal this because somebody will get in trouble. So let me leave that.
No, but just show it. Just show it.
Huh?
Just show it.
No, I can't. You know, I put so many people in trouble already. Yeah, no, I am not. I put so many people in trouble already. So I want to just go with myself now. But listen, folks, let me say this to you. There were pre-arrangement. Samuel Tweah never came to RIA because he feel that my lawyer there, let me go. They were going to arrest him. The Liberia National Police, the Justice Department, the NSA, they were all at the port. But they couldn't arrest Samuel Tweah. We received the information this morning that Samuel Tweah was at the post. He arrived on Peace. What the airline name, Damo? Can you call the airline name, please?
Air Peace.
Air Peace.
Air Peace. Yes, and when they called us, we were fully aware. We were all ready. The first information to the Liberia National Police, they were going to arrest Samuel Tweah. A phone call was placed from people up there. They said, don't arrest him. They were going to arrest him at the port. But all the arrangements were made. Ladies and gentlemen, you decide. As much as you don't like CDC, that's fine. As much as you don't like the Unity Party, that's okay. But is it right within our court system? That's the question. It's illegal. That's the question. Can that be done? That's the question. I want to go to you to the phone line. We'll come back on the panel and ask all our great men and women. But let me ask you today, Liberians home and abroad, take your emotion out of this. Let's discuss this issue. Was the arrangement right? Because now the arrangement favors Samuel Tweah, or somebody mango somehow. It's illegal. That's all we asking you today. It's a constitutional. That's all we asking you today. You decide, you tell us what you think. Dama, let's go to the phone line. Let's put the number up. The international line is 609-649-4206. And Dama going to put the local line up. We're going to take 20 calls. While we're taking calls, guys, you always complain about a break. You can have the break now. We will take 20 calls. I'll take the first one, Dama. Hello, your name and where are you joining us from?
Thank you, sir. This is P. Jimmy Kofa joining you guys from Maryland. I'm from Maryland.
Yeah, talk to us on the Samuel Tweah issue now. Talk to us, please, very quick.
Yeah, Samuel, this is what you guys will say. The law is the law. If some of these people $50, even $20 US dollars, or even 1,000 level.
We are losing you, my friend.
The money business left on him, and then he came in the country. I mean, he needs to go to jail.
Okay. Thank you very much. We got a lot of calls coming in. We got to be fast with this. Your name and where you coming from? Where you calling from?
Yeah, Sandra, how you doing? This is the number calling from the state of Iowa.
Talk to us, sir.
It is not a big deal. It is legal that when they were carrying Donald Trump to court there, it was pre-arranged so that they can
handcuff him to take it to court because he's the former president of the United States. Is the same as Samuel Tweah. Samuel Tweah is the former finance minister. Whatsoever the judiciary come up with and contact the Republic of Liberia, it should be done. It's not about
Thank you.
CDC.
Thank you.
It's not about
Thank you, Papa. Thank you. Your name and where you joining us from?
Yeah, my name Keba.
Kevin, talk to us, man.
Yeah, I'm calling from Iowa.
Yes, ma'am.
See, I'm not looking at Samuel Tweah. I'm looking at Arthur Johnson. Arthur Johnson is spoiling our country. Because I can remember when I was working with the Drug Enforcement Agency, all the cases government carrying court, we lost our cases because of Arthur Johnson. When the let TC go and defend government, Arthur Johnson will go defend the Nigerian people. And they forgetting to know today, when you destroy Liberia, you get your children or your cousin and living there. Somehow in the US today, because the same CDC government chase all of Liberia and we're here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for calling. Let me take the fifth one. Your name and where you joining us from?
My name is Cooley Kennedy. I'm calling from Michigan.
Talk to us.
Well, I just wanted to establish that first, I heard people talking that Samuel Tweah was not arrested. And somebody already touched on that. But when someone turns himself over to the authorities and is no longer free to leave whenever he wants to, that person is deemed under arrest. And that's what happened to Samuel Tweah. That's why there was a bill placed, set on him to ensure that he does not leave the jurisdiction.
Thank you very much, my friend.
Here and is available.
Your point is accepted. Thank you. Thank you. Your point is thank you very much. Great point. Let me take two more down and you can come in. Your name and where you joining us from?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Talk to us.
Yeah, my name is Mormon M. Johnson. I'm calling from the state of Pennsylvania. What I want to say is that the justice system in Liberia is really destroying our country. What they did for rich Samuel Tweah today, can they do it tomorrow for the poor man? The justice system in Liberia really need to be visited by the executive branch, and also that things can be put into place so that what is done to the rich, it can also be done to the poor.
Thank you very much. Thank you. My last one for today. Your name and where are you calling from?
Hey, Stanton, this is McGee. I'm calling from Minnesota. How are you?
Yes, sir. Talk to us.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very funny but serious matter when it comes to Tweah, the justice system. You know, I covered the courtroom sometime back in 2010 or 11 when Charles Jinu, Andrew Double, and others were, indicted for how you call it, treason. The government arranged, at that time, Simon Jacob was the county attorney. They arranged for these guys to come from Ivory Coast only because they had interest in one of the defendants, who was the late Andrew Double, to have testified against his friend. But later they didn't know that he got to court, somersaulted, and they were all again charged.
Correct.
So it depends the interest of the government. They could use somebody as a state witness. They could want to have Tweah in the country, bring him in, protect him, and say, oh yes, the idea we take your passport, you cannot travel, you have to go 2 days, you cannot leave the building with the country. So that's what I do.
Thank you.
So let's see how it interplays.
Thank you very much, Maggie. Thank you very much, folks. We're going to go to Liberia again. Damo, take 10 calls from our fellow Liberians in the motherland.
Thank you, CEO. The numbers to call 0777-771075, 0555-101075. Hello? Hello?
Damo, good evening.
You're live. Quickly to your point, please.
Good evening. Damo, this is a group of tonight. Damo, this is Southern country. Men that run for justice, they may come back in the country without no arrest. Damo, think of this: if it was me and you, what's going to happen? Then they may come in the country nothing. So my own government are very disappointed tonight. They send this money.
Okay,
So
sir.
Samuel Tweah will kind of country without no arrest. Then you go, they bomb others.
Thank you.
So no justice in the country, no justice for
Thank
poor.
you, sir. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Hello?
You live, sir. Go ahead, please. To
Yeah,
the point.
good evening, Diamond. How you doing?
Good.
Thank you. I am Joseph Fremont. I join you from Central Town this evening. You know, this is a sad day for us. Someone will not phone the country. You know how many women and men, children are not going to school? They are sitting home. That's a serious problem. Where always Arthur Johnson would behave like this and create serious problem for the country, and somebody who were escaping from justice, moving from one place to another.
Okay.
And you went where the president is, almost like he was one that was hitting Samuel Tweah. He knew where Samuel Tweah was at. Went there, come down with him, secure ball, and do all of these things.
Okay,
and
sir.
today he goes scot-free. And that case, that blah.
Thank
That's
you.
how it remains. That's the end there.
Thank you. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, kindly reduce the volume of your radio. The feedback is terrible.
Okay, let me just call you off.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm Jay Henrik calling you from Kingos Village.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, basically for me, I don't want to hurt my heart on the issue, but I just want to say a few words to the CEO or the former CEO. He tells us that this station or this network is for the Liberian people. And we are asking him to take Mr. Kev from the Liberian People Network. That's all we have to say to him. And we are planning to come to that station to protest and
All right,
make
sir.
him know.
We appreciate your views. He says it's for the Liberian people. Then you want another Liberian person to be taken off the show. Let's take this person here. Hello. Hello.
Yeah, good evening, Ramon. Let me say to the many listeners following the broadcast.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Joe Kamo. I join you this evening from around the Rabo International Airport, which is the location to the Lower Mazidi country.
Go ahead.
And let me say good evening to the many listeners. Thank you. You know, Damo, some of us, we are in this country and we've been following the training issues. So as for me, I don't think it is related or the arrest of Minister Tweah is related because the government is following the procedure. The government is born. So in my mind, Minister Tweah will be arrested by the government and he fail. Or if he has been found guilty, he will be arrested. But let due process be awarded the brother less. It was done today to see how the process will end. But I don't think what happened this morning at the airport was wrong that Minister Tweah were not arrested because the process of arresting somebody, the government.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Chief.
Thank you very much, folks. We'll come back to the phone line. I think we spent about 5 minutes now. We just took our break. A beautiful way to do the show. Then, you know, we got some old people among us, 3 of them. So we got to take a break. Continue. 3 old men. Not our sister there. 3 old men. But I want to say welcome back again to the Spoon Talk. I want to welcome you, Dr. Boakai. I want to welcome you, Mr. Dwalu. Before we leave the Samuel Tweah issue, let's give you 1 minute each, though you came late. Your take. Samuel Tweah is back in the country. Mr. Boakai, your take. Samuel Tweah is back in the country.
Yeah, good evening, CEO, and to all my esteemed panelists, and to all the Liberians all over the world that join this Spoon Network every evening. Greetings. Look, the sentiments are all over the place, on the ground and online. But here's the thing, though. He was charged by the government. He has means. So typically what will happen is his lawyers will make representation that my client is about to turn himself in. In that case, they're not going to arrest you. You come and you turn yourself in, and then you post bail because it is a billable offense. And then you go home, and then you have a day in court. So I understand, you know, the sentiment of people, but I think the due process is being followed. And, you know, Mr. Tweah will have a day in court, and the government will have the opportunity to make her case. And at that time, then I think we'll have plenty to talk about. But for now, he's back home. He's in the territorial confines of LIB, and he's done the legal thing. So let's see what happens.
Very much a very, very, very good point. Let me go to Mr. Dwalu. Mr. Dwalu, I know you've been busy all day.
Yeah.
Talk to us. Your 1 minute.
Yeah, but Senator, I'm going to say this though. I disagree slightly with Dr. Brooklyn. There's a reason why. Look, you cannot delay your request from the court and you come in when you feel you're not going to go to jail. The court cannot be secondary to you. We can't allow this kind of stuff to happen in a responsible country. I don't care how much money Tweah has, because he ran away from the court's request to begin with. He should automatically be remanded before anything else is spoken about. Tweah should have gone to jail today.
Allow us to interrupt you, Eduardo. Allow us to interrupt you because I think you and Fadiga are coming from the same neighborhood. Let's just interrupt you. He ran away from where? Did he run?
Yes, he ran. The court issue. You asked me. Let me answer that.
When? Yeah, go ahead.
September 12. I don't know the exact date, but the court issued his presence. Requested his presence. What did he do? He refused to show up until he could get information from the court or from somebody before he could come to the court. Because
let me hold you there. Let me hold you there. And again, listen. I'm trying to get a fair balance here, and we're doing extremely well. Was he in Liberia when the court issued?
It doesn't matter if he was in Liberia. I don't know that with complete certainty whether he was in Liberia or not. But it doesn't matter if he was in Liberia.
So he wasn't in Liberia.
That's not an excuse. That's not an excuse.
No, we're not giving an excuse, brother. We're trying to understand something. You call me down and say, well, he ran. Can we establish that he ran from the court? If he wasn't in Liberia, will you consider him running from the court?
Nope, you can't. You're defining it wrongly.
They can charge people in absentia. So whether he's in or not, it doesn't matter.
So we will come to the absentia part because it never happened. So let me ask Mr. Eduardo. Mr. Eduardo, go ahead, sir.
Yes. I don't care what you did after the court requested you. You can claim I was sick in Japan. You can claim you were to whatever you wanted to be. That's not the court's business. The court says Stanton Weatherspoon should be here at the courthouse on December 5th. The court only care about December 5th. Doesn't care what else you're doing. If you don't appear on that given date, you are not where the court wanted you to do. You are on the run. That's how the court sees it.
Is there anything? Is there? And guys, listen. If we gotta go, but at least with the 3 minutes left to 10 o'clock in Liberia, let's use it wisely. Is there anything within the legal system in our country that Arthur Johnson worked on to make sure that his client that returned to Liberia today returned with all handcuffs on his hand? Are you blaming Arthur Johnson or are you blaming the court system? Did the court break the law? Did they allow this to happen?
The court doesn't care about the law, Stanton. Let me just say
this.
Oh, yeah? The court,
okay.
No, let me tell you, there's a reason why procedures exist. If you go outside the confines of that procedure, you weaken the institution to begin with. The moment Samuel Tweah stepped at the airport, he should have gotten handcuffed and taken to jail, and then from the jail hall to the courthouse this morning. If he made bail at that point, then he made bail. But when you leave that out, you're weakening the court system.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. No, thank you very much, folks. If anybody want to add anything to what Eduardo do, they can. Yes, one minute, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Boakai, please. 1 minute. Everybody will be given the time because again, will not take forever. So please, guys, just use that 1:30 second. Give it your best shot. Dr. Richardson, to what Eduardo and Fadiga say, talk to us real quick. Did he run?
Based on some of what I'm hearing, he was not in the country when the writ was put out. So I'm not clear on whether he ran or not, but I just know that he was not in the country when the writ was put out. So maybe perhaps he needed to consult and put some things together.
Okay.
That's what I think. And I got some more seconds to go.
No. We'll come back to your second finish. Uncle Sam, your second finish. Uncle Sam.
Okay.
Uncle Sam, we gotta go, folks. I'm sorry. Let's squeeze this thing in.
Folks can cry from now till Judgment Day. You can bleed. You can do anything. Samuel Tweah was not handcuffed, and Samuel Tweah was. It is a constitutional right in a billable offense to bottom. It's the Constitution. So the circus that you didn't see today that burned your heart, I'm sorry, you will not see that circus. Okay? So just forget about it.
Thank you.
As soldiers are your praying to
Thank
see
you,
some
Uncle Sam. Sister Glenny, Glenny, come in, Mama. Glenny,
I
talk to
think
us, Mama.
we need to to do all we can not to minimize the charges against Samuel Tweah. I think what we're trying to do is we're looking for a gotcha moment.
Yeah.
And so he wasn't handcuffed, so that's a good thing. Till he suddenly becomes a hero. The fact that he wasn't handcuffed, so that's news for us to make. Don't forget, this is a sanctioned official, former official of the government. Don't forget there's serious crimes that allegations that's against him. So how we can come here and some of us can be excited that he was not handcuffed and think it's a good news, that's shameful.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, the charges, November 12th, as per the document, we will be following Samuel Tweah to court. The charges is huge. The charges, not including sanction. Sanction is separate, but you needed to add it there to actually describe the weight that is on Samuel Tweah. We understand what we are saying today. The reason why this conversation is trending and is so important, a lot of folks expected Samuel Tweah to be in handcuffs, like Duaru is saying, from the airport to a prisoner bus, from that prisoner bus to South Beach, and come back on Monday or Tuesday next week and stand before the judge to see. And the judge, that Duaru also say, should deny his bail.
Yes, because he ran away.
Because he ran away. So that's what we are. So we're going to establish the triumphant entry of Samuel Tweah. That's how CDC want us to report it.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
But listen, that CDC saying the man had a triumphant entry.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good luck for
But what do you think they are celebrating? They are celebrating that. And, you know, they felt they won. Fadiga.
Stanton, that's the optics they wanted us to see today. Yeah. That's what they wanted. It was intentional. That's why they didn't want us to see that arrest, to show that we are actually after people that exploited this country. So what they wanted was to show him modeling with people taking pictures, taking selfie, to show, to present the government as weak when it comes to fighting corruption. That's all. That was the first. That was the news. My friend Aze put it in the chat room. He heard that, and they were taunting people. I mean, you're not taunting me, but look. The process is whether you are arrested or you surrender. The fact that you were on a run, once that person comes to the country, they are arrested. The fact that he came, according to what I'm told, that he arrived last night, there is no way that he should have gone home, walk to the court like some model, or walk to the court this morning and come out like a hero. Look, former justice, the one caller came here and said, "Oh, the man too big." That's the big man syndrome we have in this country. Former justice was illegally thrown into jail, and that case was thrown out. She was disgraced, humiliated, thrown in jail for months by the same cartel. And now he come, what he got? The people praising him, people showing a poster all around. Now he's the poster child for what it means to go against the government. I mean,
thank you, Fadiga. Well, let's come to you now because you went off.
You know, not much to say on this issue, Stanton. The issue is in court now. The court has arranged a date on November 12th when the former minister will appear to court. I will sit and watch the judicial process, and let it take its due course. At this point in time, I can't give any other opinion. It's just going to be talking the same thing over and over.
Thank you. So we're closer with Asido. Asido, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Asido. Thank you for joining us. Make your case. We have three Kosu guys on the show today.
I know. Yeah, it's good to be here. So, few weeks ago, Madame Gloria Moses-Scott was set free by the court system of Liberia. Human being made by God were celebrating on Spoon Talk. The same court system of Liberia did the same thing to Samuel Tweah. You can see the tears rolling from the faces of people. Oh, I got something for you. I have a very big top in my house. Very big top. I can email it to you. I can send it to you rather. You can cry in that top.
Talk about the tea, or you be talking nonsense.
Please mail it to me so I can show for
I can mail that big top to you, whoever wants it. for you to cry, for your tears to get full. You know what? Samuel Tweah is in Liberia now. What next? You can lie to win an election. You cannot lie to govern a country. You can cry from now to judgment day all what you want. You know what? You will deliver the country. You promise to rescue. You will not hide behind any fake thing. Glorious Muslim Scott was set free. You dance on the street. The court system was strong. Samuel Tweah is going through the same court system. Oh, the court system is not good. You are nobody. But a very person with a black cloth that is not showing the shame face you had. I'm sorry for your tears. You will cry blood.
Thank you very much, Ashado. Duadu, you have the last word. You have the last word on this. We must go. Duadu, I don't care how
I've not spoken.
I don't care how I made. Duadu, you have the last word on this. I really don't care about.
I'm going to say this. If we're going to, I believe the judges in our country, the accomplices to the crimes being committed against the people of the Republic of Liberia. Samuel Tweah should have gotten arrested at the airport, taken to South Beach in a rotten bus that they left there. 2 in the morning, they came before a judge because he ran away. The judge would pull him back, take his passport, so he can run away again. So they'll lock him up until the 12th of November when he comes before the judge. If we don't stop this, these guys will not stop. If we don't stop this, these judges have to sit on that bench and do their job. If they don't want to do the job, they get up from there. Santon, I'm on the thought there.
You know, again, yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go, folks. We gotta go to the president of UNGA. We want to say thank you to everyone.
Oh man, I gotta make my point. I gotta make my point.
How about you are quite correct. Make your point, my brother.
Thank you. Look, somebody can be represented in absentia. You don't have to be physically present to represent. Look, I shared a newspaper article in the room. On July 30, 2024, Samuel Tweah said it, right? After he told all his noise about people witch hunting and they got a bunch of cases, then doing, he said, working with my lawyers and others, I stand ready to defeat this witch hunt and vindicate my reputation through the justice system. In the end, I will emerge stronger and my opponents will be put to shame. I disagree with that last statement. What I'm saying he is entitled for his lawyer to go and negotiate with the justice system and say, look, the man, even if I said the man scared to come home because some people won't kill him. What people make those cases all the time. So Dualu, I love your new haircut, but I think you're wrong.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Actually, my haircut got lying in.
Thank you. I said I tell the Black Thousand. Thank you very much. We want to say welcome to all of the show. Let's make this thing interesting today.
No,
Folks, thank you for calling.
He tend to matter in that Prince Toast he be on, he not take Prince Toast hairstyle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Prince Toast haircut he got.
I beg you, man. Dualu want to be like Prince Toast.
No, I said though. Hey, always talk about Prince Toast long. Let's see how Prince Toast got.
The line is head. Guys, let's go right quick. It is important to know that we're having a very interesting show. You called on the show, you spoke about Samuel Tweah. For me, I know you can do all these arrangements behind the door, right? You can. I know that I'm speaking to lawyers. They don't want to come out to say anything because of the situation that they find themselves in, but you can do all of these arrangements. And Samuel Tweah did all of this arrangement. The issue we should also come to note again, our government accepted, right? Accepted those arrangements from Arthur Johnson. They agreed. It's not under the court. The Justice Department accepted. They said we agree. Samuel Tweah will come when I put on him. We agree. Samuel Tweah will come, he will go to the court and he will leave the same day. We agree he can file his bond. They accepted all, Dualu. It's not under the court. The judge sitting, right? This look. Let them try to educate our people. This is the judge, resident circuit judge, criminal court C. A. Blambo Dixon. All this man would do. All this man would do is to ask the government, do you agree? The government said no, Samuel Tweah will not be in the country. And Uncle Sam, you know that. If you won't put any request in, we'll ask the prosecutor, we'll ask the government. The government, yes, sir.
Why would the government negotiate from a weak position when they got the strongest position?
Now you are making a point that we can question. That we can question, Duadu. Because the government under Oswald Tweah, should have said no. We want Samuel Tweah in handcuff. People are saying this. There's a bishop that said today they should throw the Jonah in the sea for the whale to swallow Jonah. Because you got a lot of Jonah in this government. These people then negotiate in the pack. Samuel Tweah will never come to Liberia out of his opossum hole if there were no agreement be made. Look at this video. Look at this video. Look at how Samuel Tweah, he was laughing.
Yeah, like a personal country.
And welcome. This is Spoon TV. We're live here at the ground of Criminal Court C. There you see former Finance Minister Samuel Tweah making his way into Criminal Court C, shaking hands, exchanging pleasantries, taking a picture on him. And he has just made his way into the court. We cannot enter, but what we can say is you can see.
Do you when did loving become a crime? Without arrangement, without arrangement, do you think Samuel Tweah will walk comfortably in that courtroom?
Put in quotation. Without arrangement. They're not regular.
I know. So, amen.
Stand down. 30 seconds. Stand down. 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. Look, law is not emotion. Law is reason. Okay? The man putting him in handcuff doesn't do anything. Donald Trump will try with a whole bunch of things. He ain't put in handcuff one day. He has a right, once you're submitting yourself, and the man got his lawyers that went ahead of him to make sure that he could come and walk in the court. The justice system, the Liberian justice is concerned with justice. So Oswald Tweah and his team will do their due diligence at the. So I know how we feel and everything, but
thank you. And that's what Dr. Richard said you the very last year. You the very last. Dr. Richard said you the very last. Go ahead, please. You're not listening to me. I say you the very last. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm listening now. Thank you.
Go ahead, Doc.
You're ready to kill us. She ready to put a general thing in. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a red card ready to pull it. Okay. So I was gonna say that, as I see him laugh and smile, I don't know, somebody says, is that a genuine smile? I think he's facing the weight of the law. He looks reduced, he looks depressed. So he's worried. Let me just put that out there, okay? The second thing, we know that Liberia have a history of questioning bond and arrangements in court. They did that with Spoon. So I believe that we should question, where did this man get the $8 million from? Okay, that is the first thing I want to know. The second thing is, we need to know the arrangement. We can't just what kind of money they say, oh, Samuel Tweah had arrangement to walk to the court. Liberian people need to be in a know of what kind of arrangement, why they made this arrangement. Lastly, I said about supporting the judicial system. I have faith it's working so far, but please, as we move forward, let us support the judicial system. They need to be able to apply the law in how they accuse him of fraud, how they accuse him of mismanagement, corruption of people's money, how they accuse him of conspiracy. It has to be applied effectively and immediately, okay? They can't just go sit around. They need a think tank to sit around and brainstorm these issues to apply the law to the case so we won't lose this case here. That's what I have to say.
Again,
point of information. Let's not speculate that because Samuel Tweah has lost weight, it's because of the nature of this case. I am aware that Samuel Tweah is on a strict diet. He's been exercising and he's intentionally lost weight. He did not lose weight Yeah, he did not lose weight because of this case.
But
That's I can tell you, we gotta move on, guys. The losing weight is not. We gotta move on. We gotta move on, and that's why you have friends on Spoon. Spoon Talk get all kind of friends. They get the Army friend. They get the
so
7
tired.
friend.
You were
They get all
still
the
weight
friends.
loss tired.
Yeah. So let's go ahead. But guys, we have to leave this show, and this is the way we're gonna leave this show. Please watch this. This is the way we are leaving this show.
So yesterday when you hear me singing, ooh, I'm doing we're fighting against.
Okay, thank you, folks. Now we're done with the Samuel Tweah story. It's a developing story. We'll come back once we get more information. I believe you got something from the Spoon Talk today on Samuel Tweah. We say thank you for joining us. We're going to move now to the President UNGA address. We all listened to the President. A little over 15 minutes he spoke. Your takeaway, Dr. Richie said. Guys, we got to do this in 1 minute, just 1 minute, because we got to go back to the phone line. Your takeaway real quick. And while you're speaking, also grade the President the overall, please.
So I struggled with grading the President. Let me just make that clear, because I looked at his delivery, I look at the organization of his presentation, I look at the content he presented, and finally the purpose of his speech. Okay, so it's kind of hard for me to do an overall grade, but I would just say I give him the low B end. The delivery was not as I expected, but then when I put it in context of President Boakai's age, perhaps, that is how he was supposed to present. But he didn't make a lot of eye contact. He didn't sound enthusiastic. I did some comparison to other speakers, and that's what I found. He was flat. He didn't seem persuasive enough. There's a reason why he went there, and he didn't present his persuasion enough. The organization of the speech was good. He talked about the importance of Liberia. He talked about women development, the advancement of women, how true that is in Liberia. How does it apply to Liberia? That's another question. He talked about, like I said, the content wasn't persuasive enough. It didn't quite tie it into the sustainable of development theme that the UN had. The UN presented a theme. It wasn't quite tied into it. I would have liked for him to sell Liberia from a place of people coming to our country, okay? And being factual, like he talked about the drug issues, but we know we have issues with our drugs, because one issue that he has to address, he has not addressed it. So it makes us question the seriousness of what he was telling the UN people today.
Thank you.
I wish he would have just told the story of Liberia. I saw how other people give the speech, especially the president of Ukraine. He told a story of Ukraine that was very persuasive, and calling on the international community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Again, guys, please, if you want to push for 1 minute, 30 seconds, do it, because I know it's the president. Also, grade him. Let's do this real quick, because it's like 10:19. We must leave from here 11 p.m. Liberia time. That will be 7 p.m. our time. Uncle Sam, grade the president and give us your takeaway from the speech.
I grade him D for delivery and a C- for content, right? The reason why I grade him a D for delivery, he held the paper in his hand and he was flipping it. That might be due to age, right? But Biden is older than the president, and others are older than the president. So there should have been some practice. Instead of him just flipping the pages like that, it looked very unrehearsed. It looked very unprofessional, and it did not represent the presidency. Okay. Number two, those who wrote that speech, they made it seem like Joe Boakai and the rescue agenda is based upon the Sustainable Development Goals. You've never heard Joe Boakai in any speech or any member of his cabinet ever talk about the alignment of the SDGs to the country's development agenda. And then he went back to the agenda for transformation, a discredited agenda for transformation. The speech was flat. He didn't sell his country. It was not an effort to rebrand, but he says something that I thought was very, very good when he said that West Africa should not be used to fight proxy wars, meaning the war between the East and the West. And on that score, I grade him just on that particular score. And if he had just kept that as the theme, he would have done a great job. But he was floating all over the place. Those speech writers should be fired. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. It was a
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Glendy. Your grade and your takeaway.
So I think that the speech was it didn't have enough forceful meat in it. I think it was, for me, it was an okay speech. I mean, there's still more to talk about on the speech, but I don't think it was a speech that people. For me, I probably wanted a speech that would have been forceful, that would resonate, that we will remember something from that, something he said. But I don't think we got that from the speech today. There's so many other things that he could have said, but I think the speech was an introduction to this new president. Like, he's new, and these are some of the things I would have loved to hear, that these are the things I will be working on. But in some of the speech, in some parts of the speech, it was like, this is what we're doing. And when you clearly go back, we're not doing those things at 100%. So that's what I was looking for in the speech. But for me, I think it was okay. We can't.
What's your grade?
I don't know if I want to grade it. I just think it was an okay speech for me.
So guys, in school, if you get okay, what's the grade?
It could be a C.
Yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, okay, it could be a C.
All right, so we'll see. Paul, can you talk to us?
Yeah, I want to agree with Glenn that the speech writer did not do well for the old man. I will give that speech a C, but then I will give the old man who was struggling to sell the country a B for delivery. And let me tell you why I will give him. I'm a hard grader, but I will give him the B for some reason. The speech fumble, and I think Uncle Sam talked about him flipping paper. The coherence, the speech was not really cohesive. From the beginning, he said one thing, and as he's going through, the speech brings him back almost as he's losing his train of thoughts. You cannot do that to the president. Then he emphasized about how Liberia is facing a drug crisis, but he left a country with the head of the drug enforcement agency not in place. So if the drug crisis is a priority, this is your number one business. You should make sure whoever is in that place is in office and running. So that also they're not doing justice by even putting that particular line. America has more drug crisis than Liberia. He was trying. It sounded to me like he was begging at the UN, to get attention for support for this whole drug enforcement thing. But they did not do him well on that. So I gave him C for the speech, and the fact that he's of that age and was struggling to deliver a convoluted speech, and I gave him B for the delivery.
So your overall grade would be what? C plus?
Yeah, on the average, I gave him a C plus. Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Fadiga. I know I just wrote down here already A for you, or A plus, right?
Jesus.
Well, of course, the president gave a brilliant speech. I'll give him an A plus. What do you expect? He did. Look, there was something that was said during the election. No, they're making things this way. At that age, to see him and see his cognitive ability, reading something that the younger president couldn't do. That alone, I'll give him A plus. Before we even go into the substance of this thing, we saw an elderly statement that was coherent. He spoke, he baritone, and he may not be as exuberant as we want. He may not be as forceful, but the message was clear. He spoke about our democratic process. I've said that all along is enviable. This is the third time. They say third time is a charm. 3 times we have had successful election. He highlighted that. He talked about, he commented on global peace and sustainable development. He went on call for a global cooperation on drug. He touched on climate change. Climate change. He talked about regional security concern, something that we just saw. Some guys were returned to that place, and then he placed our bid for non-permanent membership at the UN Security Council. 15 minutes, he nailed it. I couldn't ask for more. So he may not have said it the way you want to say it, but the message was clear. And he got standing ovation from the crowd. World leaders were there, were cheering him up. And I think I couldn't be more proud. I was proud of my president today. Yes, he made us proud. I remember a couple of years ago.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's wrong. We'll come back to you.
I remember a couple of years ago.
No, 30 seconds. No 30 seconds.
I'm begging for time.
No.
Are you not ready? Dr. Bubla, talk to us, please.
No, I can go, but people making noise.
Yeah, but Fadiga time is up. We gotta respect the time.
I gave the president a B-. Okay, there has been no speech I have ever seen from the president where he was fiery, he was delivering with force. We gotta respect his personality. He's not a preacher. He's not a Baptist preacher at all. Okay, but I disagree with Sam. The president spoke about sustainable development and achieving the goals. He spoke about that. Go back to the speech. You read.
No. I said he spoke about it, but he never spoke about it before. I said he spoke about it. I said he spoke about it, but he never spoke about it.
We gotta go. We gotta go. Ava, finish up, please.
Thank you, sir. But just let a man know we can disagree, but disagree when you're making your point, not when the person's speaking. Okay, so the fact of the matter is, the president spoke to the drug crisis. He asked the international community for help, but now he needs his own action. He needs to come back in less than a week, make a decision on that case, be transparent with it. Either he reinstate those people, one of them, the other one, or he go with his OIC. Because in my mind, the OIC is performing compared with the drug bust he has done. So if it's not an organizational issue there, let him make a decision and move on. You see, Glenn, I spoke with passion, not emotion.
Thank you very much, Abba. Let me bring in Dr. Broplet. Dr. Broplet, talk to us very quick, sir.
A speech at the United Nations, unless it's a position statement, it's not a speech to persuade, it's a speech to inform. So the president can put his head down and read the whole time. Presentation, a skill standpoint, it matters not. Because if you put your head down and say, everybody in Liberia gonna get $100, all the Liberian people will jump on their feet and shout. You don't got to look at them and make eye contact. So the president did his job there to read. The speech was not remarkable. Speech writers could do a better job. Pull things that would get people's attention is to inform. But the thing he did say about not making Africa the playground is important because he's talking to the right people. That we are a place that want to be in peace, a place for investment. Don't come play your post-Cold War game on the continent. I think that was an important thing he said. And, beyond that, he did what he had to do. I think the speechwriter just need to do a better job. And honestly, the president himself got to participate more in the writing of the speech. Now, I don't know how much participation there is. I'm just making an assumption. I think the speech was okay.
Great. What's your great point?
Huh? Oh,
greater president, greater speech. Yes, Dr. Bugla, you have muted, Dr. Bugla. You are muted, Dr. Poplar.
For delivery, it was a B. For content, it was a C plus.
Okay, so we'll do B minus. Go ahead, Mr. Dwalu.
For me, for both delivery and content, I'll give it a B. One thing I love about his speech, it was 10 notches above what we saw 6 years ago, even though he was 70 years, so his delivery was tremendously superb by comparison. Remember now, take his age into context. Always say, wait, take his age into context. We had somebody that could better read at a 9th grade level, and he had the president who's almost 80 years old, cranking on, at a college graduate level. So it was a big difference. But the only thing I would say to the president, my focus is not entirely on the content, although it needed a little bit more meat. But I wish the president, whatever he said at the United Nations, is translated back home. And I love the portion that Dr. Propper mentioned about having the West and the East beating the pepper in our mouth. Let it be the pepper on our side. Let us try to develop our location. We can't have them wrangling here while we are taking the brunt of the consequences of their interchange. I'm going to call it that. And I'll go to my brother Isaac, though.
Isaac?
Let's be fair here. I'm not going to have any problem with the president. I'm not. I'm going to have problem with whoever wrote the trash that the president read today. Not the president. The president just read things people give him. Who wrote that? Let's be fair. Not only have we declared health emergency for jokes, but we have taken steps to do. What is the matter? Why would you want to deceive the country? I mean, everybody on here heard the president talking about taking steps to do something about jokes in the country. Is that a serious speech from the person? Who wrote that thing and gave it to the old man? And now you have our United Nations friends and other partners in the country who definitely know what is going on when it comes to jokes, listening to the country's president telling the world that he has taken X, Y, Z steps to do what about jokes? LDEA still got 4 months running. Nobody there to lead anything. So there's not about the president. The president only read what was given him. He didn't know what was on it. He just read it. Although I was a little, when people were looking at the paper up and down, I was thinking, what is going on? I was thinking about the Gatsby movement at that time. I said, hey, this is an international place. But hey, whoever wrote that trash and gave it to the president to go and read over there is the person I got problem with, not the president. Not the president. You want to tell the international community that you have taken some kind of steps, whatever it is, to combat the issue of jokes in the country, when we all know here it is the direct opposite. This is not a campaign where you just go and lie and read things and just say things. There's a movement of governance now. People are following. We have our international partners in the country. Why are they going to be discussing with in-house when they listen to our president talking about something about jokes when nothing has been done? So in my mind, you don't want me to grade the president. I beg you, if I grade the president, he will go back to 0. The only thing I'm saying here, I don't have a problem with the president's reading. That was just reading. I got president with whoever wrote whatever trash that should have been in the recycle bin that they gave our president to go and read. I listened to the speech and I was laughing. I'm like, first off, it's hard to understand the president. You really can understand him more. But then, what is going on here? That is bad. It is a bad disservice to our country. Whoever wrote that should be ashamed. And I wish the president could take an action on the person.
Thank you very much, Asa. It's always good to have you, Dr. Richard saying, Uncle Sam, Glennie, Paul Kennedy. Listen, we come here to speak truth to power. We come here to ready just tell the Liberian people. Okay? I will say this on the show tonight. I agree. The people that wrote that document, they shouldn't write the next document. I'm not going to call it trash. But I think what they did to the president was wrong. From one step to another, from one paragraph to another, it should have that connecting effect, reflecting Liberia. Something should be there. But overall, you know who wrote the speech? They want to get rid of me again. They were right there. You know when they wrote it? So Mr. Dr. Rudolph, if I pronounce your name right, Boplet, you think if you were the speech writer, how long This was to take you to already prepare a nice page, give it to the president for the president to read and study it and go. How long you think it should have been?
Well, it's difficult to say because it depends on the president's input. A good speech, you start with the person who's going to make this speech. You want to get some things from the head and the heart. That's the first thing. So you get bullets.
You got 3 months to the UNGA. You got 2 months. You got 6 months. I want to tell you how long it took them to write this speech.
Oh, I don't know, but the speech was not remarkable. It could have been much better. Remember, you got the world audience. You're right on that
Again,
stage.
let me leave you real quick. The reason why I'm asking is because of the time these people put in this thing. It was
sent up for a 15-minute speech. They should give it to him at least 6 weeks before the.
No. You go too far. The thing was completed here in New York. It was completed in New York.
Stand up, stop it, man. What?
But let's have a good show, man. You're waiting now. You're finished talking.
I don't know where it was completed.
No, but I'm telling you. I'm not saying you know. I'm saying it.
Then that speaks. The preparation reflects the expectation. So that means they didn't do their diligence.
And Dr. Boakai, Dr. Rich is saying, there's a reason why they put Dr. in front of your name. Then they get a paper for LSC. Then they get the AVA that will correct everybody English on the show. Then you get Mr. Duaru that talk about private sector job and $10 billion that you need to raise. But let's go into it. Then you get my late post sister, Glenny, who manage her business a few days. It is important for us to say this, folks. They are not doing good to our papa. You can be a unity party daha. Sometimes say the truth. People completed that thing right in New York. That's why you have a lot of errors. I know who wrote it. I know who all put that thing together. It was done on a rush. You can say, Joe, I don't speak English well like myself. We agree. But the time given for some of those folks to put a speech together, he may not pronounce the word, but something were in it. Let me play the video about the drugs issue. And that's my takeaway. Why will you put that 1 minute, exactly 1 minute, into the United Nations speech, right? The people following our country, they know that you have suspended Fadika, you have suspended Bauko, you have suspended Ebi Kroman for over 5 months now. They know that a plane just flew over your country with Mexican drugs cartel. And they landed and they pick up. They know that your border drugs just came in the country. The airport drugs just came in the country. They know that you have acting. The embassy is complaining and crying every day. Even if you want to lie to Liberian, because we are so gullible, couldn't you at least say we're not lying to the UN?
Well, how did he lie?
My man, hold on 1 minute. Now the puppy, the thing you can do, you got to listen very carefully. The thing they put in that speech, let me play exactly what the old man said for 1 minute. I'm not saying Joseph Boakai lied. The people that put it in the speech, they didn't do any justice.
You keep shifting everything for Joseph Boakai.
No. But we had an agreement now. You cannot interrupt too. You blame Pat Jackson for interrupting. You will wait. So yeah, man, everybody fucking be issue to talk. So let me play this 47 seconds, right, on the drugs issue. And I scream at some of my men in New York. I say, you guys made an error. The people of Liberia have been crying on JMB to make a decision on these guys. Every day, we find people from the called Zokos living now in the grave. Like Uncle Sam put in the chat room, they are sleeping in the grave. People in the right mind will not sleep in grave, Benny. The drugs have taken over in the school, in the ministries. Some of them find it in the churches. God forbid. But yes, our president. Yes, our president.
Liberia is facing a drug crisis that is affecting our youth and jeopardizing the country's future. This epidemic, driven by international criminal enterprises and their networks, poses a severe threat. In response, we have not only declared the drug epidemic a health emergency and a national security threat, but we have also been taking steps to address this issue by establishing a dedicated national body to tackle drug abuse in Liberia. I urge international community to join Liberia in addressing this escalating drug crisis.
There you have it. To join Liberia, there is no director, there is no Hassan Fadika, there is no Abel Kroman, there is no Baoko. You got only one person as officer in charge. Who are they going to join? Why they put why that? It's a good message, but it was bad at the given time. Now the president said this, right? Will the president make a decision now on the LDA issue? Will the president go back to the country now and say, yes, I have made a decision finally? I will either keep all of them, I will fire all of them, I will bring some of them back. Let's be fair, folks. That was a blunder from the speechwriter. I know Abba want me to say, yeah, that from Boakai. No. That was a blunder. That was a blunder from the speechwriter. I'm saying it. That was a blunder from the speechwriter. You are selling drugs, message to the international community, Paul Kennedy, but then they look in your backyard that you are not doing anything serious. 5 months. 5 months. LDA is a mess. 5 months. They say Mr. President cannot take action because every day people on Spoon Talk say he must take action. So we will talk every day. Every 5 months, it will go to 1 year, we'll still be talking. Because they say, Mr. President, if you take action, they will get Spoon Talk the credit. Those advisors around the president. Now, we can talk about the Pakistan issue. We can talk about the Palestine issue. We can talk about Israel issue. We can talk about the non-permanency. It's all good. For me, the president reading what was put on that document, I gave him A. But what came out of that paper, especially on the drugs thing, I gave the president D. Because they shouldn't have put that in there. It was this disgrace because we've been fighting about that drugs issue and no action. And that's bad for our country. You cannot sell it any better. If we fight drugs in our country, the drugs will sell, the fight against drugs will sell itself. But you put it there and you want the people to buy it. But then they say, who's your LDA director? We don't have one. Who are we going to work with there? And I'm
stand on a quick footnote though. The speechwriter has the last say over the speech. I mean, not the speechwriter, I'm sorry, the person who's making the speech. So when the president reads the speech, he determines whether everything's going to stay or something. He can even take his pen and just put a line to it. Doesn't have to rewrite and just skip it. So the fact that he talked about it, I mean, he wanted to, and I just think that was a miscalculation. But that particular part didn't help us at all, especially the people he's talking to. They didn't start to listen to the news. They know what's happening here with our drug enforcement agency. So the speechwriter didn't do a good job, but the president has the last say. Unless they just give it to him with no time, and then he just have to read it. But otherwise, he can put a pen through it and skip anything he wants to skip, and only read what he wants to read.
That's exactly what I wanted to say.
That's
You
a
are
good
right,
point.
Dr. Brookner.
That's a good point. That's a good point, guys.
I wanted to add,
let me go so I can disagree with you now.
I actually wanted to add that Dr. Bukla, who I respect a lot and he's highly esteemed doctor, you said that the speech was just for information purpose. That was what it was, why it was given at the UN. But I disagree. I think speeches should be both for information and persuasive purposes, not just one. Okay, one is that Liberia is at a place where we're not there to just give people information. If the United States just giving people information, that's fine. We need to persuade the international community to assist us in different areas. We need to do a show and tell to them, okay, this is what we are doing. This is how we are doing it. This is what we need your help with. We need your help with improving our judicial system. So we shouldn't
Thank
have
you.
drug cases. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Forensic. So that's how I see it.
We got 15 minutes left. Uncle Sam, you're in the darkness. Are you with us? Is that how
Yes,
South
I'm
Africa
here.
is?
Okay.
We gotta go. We're bringing Musa Belete. I beg you, Fadiga, please. So you have your time to respond to that, Richard say. We bringing Musa Belete resignation in the speak. It's not only Musa Belete.
Yes, I want to make a last comment on the speech. I beg you.
No. When we get to you can make that. Once I give it to you, I have to give it to all Uncle Sam, please. It's very important for us to know that Musa Belete yesterday, last night, and thank God I went back and forth texting him and we chatted a little bit. He resigned. He gave Liberty Party to whosoever won Liberty Party. I woke up this morning. Why did Power resign? She said they can have it. They all say, you'll take Liberty Party. It's concerning, folks. The way forward for Musa Belete, why? This is Musa Belete, resignation letter of Musa Belete, Liberty Party National Chairman. This is Wade Power, Liberty Party National Treasurer. So somebody talk to me. Why are these guys taking the action now? And what's the next move? If you want to just say anything to it, we appreciate it. But it's concerning. He met Mr. Cummings. He showed a picture. He wanted to tell Mr. Cummings, say, I'm leaving Liberty Party. He bent around. He said, they don't can have it. Yombi can have Liberty Party. And I'm leaving. Dr. Richardson, talk to us. 1 minute each, guys.
Oh, it's
What's going on here?
It's hard to talk about this issue in a minute, but I want to commend Chairman Billy, Representative Billy, for the action that he took in dropping his membership with the LP party and also his leadership role. I also want to just aside by state that Representative Billy was extremely helpful in passing the bill for Liberians diaspora so you can go to the country and just get your visa there. But going back to what you said about the LP party membership, I mean, being a representative and trying to run a party and, it's tough. So I'm happy that he dropped it so he can focus more on the people of District 7 in Nima County. Being a chairman of a party, you have to issue your own money. You have to spend money. And to me, I think that was one of the most important role that he played. And he can redivert that money basically to, spending it some other way. Lastly, I want to say that he said in the letter that there were certain concessions during the reconciliation period that did not fit with his values and his belief system. So if you have to make concessions that are inconsistent with your values and your belief system, you will be agonized and you will not be the best person. You will not work well. So I think this is where he was moving to, finding a way within himself that he would be able to work well for the people of Nima County, District 7 specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, you got 1 minute. Musa Belete and Wade Power, the resignation are coming in.
Well, look, it basically shows you the and I'm trying to be nice because Musa's my friend, and if he wasn't my friend, I wouldn't be that nice. Okay, because it shows a degree of I will use pragmatism. That Musa is basically a businessman politician. He's not a true politician. What Musa does is to benefit Musa, and that's just the way I feel about him. He has his business interest, one of the richest men in the country, and maybe he doesn't believe that being chairman of the Unity Party now will serve that interest. That's what I believe. And he will probably call me and yell at me and scream at me, but Musa is strictly about Musa and his business interests. So, but that's how most of us are about our personal interest, and that's how Liberia is. So, I mean, I can't fault him. I mean,
Thank
I
you.
would, I would done. I mean, I won't hit the player. You know,
You
just
hit
have
the
to deal
game.
with the game. That's just what the
Thank
game
you.
is.
Glenny, Musa, and Wade, and those that will follow next, Glenny.
I really don't have an opinion to form. This is new. There may be more stories to it. I don't think I should form an opinion just based on the letter. I'm sure there are other things that will come up. I like the twist that Dr. Richardson gave to A about Musa, that they now will allow him to focus on his district. I think that's a great response, but I don't have an opinion.
Thank
Until
you.
we hear more to the story.
Thank you, Paul Kennedy.
No, every individual has the rights and privileges to take up a position and to resign that position. It is Chairman Billitt's right to say, you know what, today I vie for this position, but then next month I don't want the position. Now, like Lenny said, there could be other reasons why, but in his letter, he said he's perceived that the party has set agenda that is moving in a direction that is against his own self-principles and values. Those things were there. So if the whole party wants to go in one direction that is against Chairman Billitt's own principle, the best thing to do is to resign. So I think, this gentleman has accepted there's something he's hiding from us. Everything he put in that letter gave me enough understanding of his justification of his resignation. I'm a professional person. I resigned from MPhil and walk away. Nobody can tell me to go back there. You choose where you work and you choose when you resign. And I think that's just what Musa Belede did. So let's give him that. At least he did not hold power and try to dismantle the party. Some people will do that. Some people will actually sit there and the party is going one way, but they pull it another way. So, maybe we should invite him to speak more to why he resigned.
Thank you very much. Al Hussein, Eugene Fadiga.
Yeah, I think Dr. Richardson got first information from her brother, and I paid close attention to what she just said. Those are not just your typical everyday, comments. I think it's from an inside source. But I would say this: I'm glad that I'm not surprised that Chairman Bility, or former Chairman Bility, and Weddy Powell, Madam Powell, something he's always praiseworthy. As long as Musa was leaving, I knew she was just right in line. But I observed few things. The letter was very gracious. If you look at the letter, it was straight to the point. Didn't attack. It showed real reconciliation, but it had an undertone that, hey, I'm defeated. I'm not going to fight it anymore. What to do? My question for that letter is, what is his next move? Let us not forget, Musa Belete is a strategist. He's not someone. Every move that he makes has to be for a reason. He's not someone that will make rash decisions. He's not someone that will just come here, something. So the fact that the letter was measured, the fact that it sounded defeated, one or two things could happen. Probably this is the first step to genuine reconciliation, or he's going to move where he's already is, close to the ANC, probably renegotiate something else. We'll be closely monitoring, but it's hard to say. If it's based on the letter was very clear. It didn't say anything. It didn't attack Nyomli, Senator Kanga, or Dillon, or anybody. It just said in order for true reconciliation, in order for us to move forward, that is what you would expect for someone that probably have an intention of coming back.
Abatoba.
Article 17 of our Constitution is very clear. All persons at all times, in an orderly and peaceable manner, shall have the right to assemble and consult upon the common good, to instruct their representatives, to petition the government or other functionaries for the redress of grievances, and to associate fully with others or refuse to associate in political parties, trade unions, and other organizations. The man is simply exercising his democratic right. I don't think it's a major issue. I think it's a choice thing, and most likely he will find another political home. ANC has a good chance of receiving Musa Belete.
Thank you very much.
Possibility.
That's a booklet.
An elected official should not serve as a party chairman. Okay. Once you become elected, you are a product of that political structure. You now serve the people in a different capacity. You shouldn't have been there in the first place. But the bigger issue for me is, I wonder if when we get to 2029, we'll be a country with 2 or at most 3 political parties instead of 22, where we know fully well that people use political party as a platform to get a spot in government. We've seen the result. It weakens the government because when President A get elected, he or she have to do a whole lot of political IOUs. Even if the people ain't bring no vote, the fact that they said, oh, were you, and the party were you. We're too small a country, too small a population to have 22 parties. And they have no difference in the governing philosophy. They all say the same thing. So if you're saying the same thing, then you can join the party. But they don't do that because the party is a means to political power quickly. So this, to me, is no news. We should look for bigger restructuring so we'll be a better country with a better political system.
Thank you very much, our dear Dr. Bopla. Thank you. Mr. Dwalu, please.
Yeah, Stanton, let's ask a few questions. What incentive does Honorable Belete have to still be with the Liberty Party? Somebody say, hey, he's a strategist. And I think he's doing, yes, he has every right constitutionally to associate with any political party he so chooses. But what incentive? He has none. He used the Liberty Party to the extent that it benefited him, and he dodged them when he's done with them. That is fair. And I think Honorable Belete is doing whatever he has to do to protect his own skin. There's nothing wrong with that. I see nothing wrong with that. My brother, though.
So I think Musa is giving Yombi Kanga her party back. Maybe he wants for Yombi Kanga to go and take a party since she's been all around the place. The rescue sister and carry the party to rescue whom, maybe, I don't know. But actually, on a fair thing here, Musa Belete like Fadiga. I think since I've been knowing Fadiga from 1966, this is the first time he said something that makes sense. The first time. Musa Belete is a strategic person. One of those people that move with precision. He knows when he's moving, where he wants to move at. And I can assure you, it's not going to be Musa Belete alone. It's going to be many other fathers because of the strategic thought he's had over the time for which he moved. Now, he's played his part. He carried the party through elections. He formed collaborations with the ANC. He was visible when it comes to lawmaking. In my view, the humanitarian aspect of it, Musa Belete is one of those people that we are seeing around. He built a gigantic bridge somewhere, I don't know, District 7, right? He's from District 7. I mean, you hardly see lawmakers using their personal money to do those things. He's helped a lot of people in schools and a lot of issues he's done. So from that side, he's okay. Now he's bringing on a lot of people. Many people have been saying from 2029, the likes of Musa Belete and other will be kingsmaker. They will be playing major political roles. So in my mind, what is important is the next step that Musa is going to take. Some of us know that step is probably the rescue team going to get him. We don't know, but the fact that he's leaving is going to form a stronger alliance to ensure Liberia becomes better. And of course, he's enjoying his right. He helped the United Party, the Liberty Party, and he's moving on. We wish him all the best.
Thank you. Welcome to the show, Fatima. Let's end with this. Musa, on you.
Thank you. I think I will actually choose side with my sister Glandy. I have no comment as it pertains to Musa, and this. I think we need to hear further what made him to
I'm
do
sorry,
what-
Glenn. Is somebody playing music? Can you help us just mute, please? Go ahead, Glenny.
Glandy or Fatima?
Sorry, ma'am. Is it music from you, Fatima?
No, I'm not playing any music here.
Yeah, but everybody mute there and only you on. Can you mute yourself? Let's see.
In the studio?
Yeah. No, it's from you, Fatima. Can you turn something off? Somebody playing something, please. All right, then you can continue. Okay, you'll come back? Okay, thank you. All right, so let me do this while Fatima get herself set up. For me, I think I'm concerned about Musa ability and his team. It's not Musa ability alone. I'm concerned because the relationship of the opposition to the Unity Party should be concerning. The relationship of this early opposition, the early collaboration, should be concerning. Be not deceived. Great men and women are coming together to fight a great battle. And it's starting to fight very early. Musa ability under no condition, whether to focus on a people in district number 7, whether to build more bridges, whether to build school, whether the money was an issue. Musa ability under no condition can easily just walk away from Liberty Party. Under no condition. Talk to Musa. Musa came on the show this gone Sunday. I asked him. He dodged the question. Under no condition can you see Musa Hassan ability just walk away. When he used to come on the show and say, I die, heaven grow in my hand, my sweat and my blood. He can never, ever walk away from Liberty Party. There must be a reason. Musa ability then will walk back with ANC to CDC. They will build that mighty coalition. They will build that mighty, they're building it already. So we shouldn't hide it. Musa ability, Wade Power, all of them. They're walking directly to George Manawea to have that massive fight. They are talking. We're hearing the names. So if we just sit there and say, Musa agree, and say, you'll tell your party, the fight for Nima is on. Forget about Grand Bassa. Grand Bassa gone. So that group, money will not be a problem to them. That group, moving up and down in the country would not be a problem to them. But I don't know whether they will ever have space, because I think that if we get there, we can make that argument. But we have to prove ourselves now that we're serious to deliver for the Liberian people. And that's why we come on the show every evening. We have to rescue the people. We got to rescue them, because imagine, I'm confused, and thank God we have the former chief of staff of Mr. Cummings here. We're closing the show now, guys. It's 11:03. Can Mr. Cummings ready George Manawea? Can you really see Mr. Alexander Benedict Cummings getting into a relationship with George Manawea, a political relationship? Can that really happen? I'm just throwing something out there. Even if Musa begged, like he did, that you please support George Manawea, and some of them said no, but the majority of them supported George Weah in the second round. Fadiga, let me come to you. Can you really see Alexander Cummings supporting with this relationship now, this brand new, she's your first girlfriend, you virgin, she virgin, that kind of relationship, you're sorry, but that kind of relationship, look at that, Donald letter, yeah, he's laughing.
I'm not surprised, except what we see different comments, but given the decisions that he made in the last election, I'm not, except when he changed the people around him, I won't be surprised if he makes similar mistakes.
Are you seeing something like that, Fadiga? Are you seeing the reason, one of the many reasons that not only Musa, but now his entire group is shifting?
But it started already. These were the people against the final resistance against the rescue mission. That was the final people that put on the last resistance to this government coming to power. They already started it. All of them went. Mariah, Yakula, Wedding Power. They got a picture. The funny beret and a t-shirt. They already. So I mean, they're already there. It's just a matter of them putting it on pen and paper. So I won't be surprised, honestly. Except we see, as long as I see the same people around.
Is it concerning to you though that this early first grandmas?
No. In fact,
let me bring Fatima. We'll come to our closing. I'm bringing Fatima, Mr. Dwalu. We'll keep the former chief of staff for last. Fatima, is it concerning to you though that these groups are coming up now? We're hearing about Tewon Gonglo. Maybe I don't want Tewon Gonglo people to say stand down with Inapa or say that, but they are talking. Negotiation is taking place. The first major protest and disagreement going towards Unity Party will be in January. People are coming up. Plans have been put in place. Where are you, Fatima? This early switch, the early shift.
As you can see, the dynamics of our culture, our country is complex. For us to have a small nation with 22 to 23 political parties, I think you can see there are a lot of folks who, if they see that they believe that the grass will be greener. Most of them in the last time, why did they join the CDC? Because they went on George Weah's popularity, not because of his competence. They felt that people loved him and that's why they went. Most of them don't put the Liberian people first. They put themselves first. So I think if you see people lying in beds with other people, it's only because of what they think they are able to get. But I do not believe in my wildest dream that Alexander Cummings, if he did not join Joseph Nima Boakai, will go and join Musa Bility or, at that level to go join CDC. I don't believe that's going to happen. I really do not. I don't see it.
I'm concerned though, but let me come to Mr. Dwalo. Talk to Mr. Dwalo because people are texting me and say, yes, it is true. All right? Talk to me.
But it's turns on politics makes strange bad fellows. I don't know whether Mr. Cummings is going to do this, but in Liberia, everything boils down to winning. If Mr. Cummings believes that President Weah can get him to win, he might leverage his position. I'm not suggesting it's wrong or right. Some people will make the argument why people team up with Senator Prince Johnson. So I don't know what is going to be done. I believe Mr. Cummings' principles does not align with President Weah's. If he joins in, I'll be very shocked what to begin with. But at the end of the day, man, people will do what they do. Hopefully, our people open their eyeball, kolo, and see what is unfolding. And I will say this before I leave, Stanton. I think what Sonny saying, the Nigerian writer that said, when people are regrouping to come back and eat your money again, the very people who are being raped out that want to be clapping. Go ahead, Ozzy. I'm done with you, man. Have a great day, guys.
Yeah, so you know what? I don't know where Mr. Cummings will be going. I have no idea, no clue on that. But there is one thing I know of, though. Listen, I want to believe that everyone here will agree that no one or no entity has denigrated Mr. Cummings throughout his life than the Unity Party. The Unity Party was the party that came with this issue of fingering document on that good man. The Unity Party was the party that wanted to see that man in jail, breaking his downfall. So I know of one thing though, Mr. Cummings and his people will not join Unity Party. That's one thing I know. Wherever he will go, I wouldn't know. CDC, NPC, wherever place, well, that's up to him. But I know for a fact, he knows that his political career does not align with the visions and aspirations of the UP.
Is it aligned with CDC?
Come again?
Is it aligned with CDC?
You will want to bet. I believe so. There are other people he will be aligned with. There are other people he will be aligned with. But of course, not the Unity Party. But start to listen. Even if you were contemplating joining the Unity Party, say 2023, why would you want to join Unity Party today? What will be those things that you will speak of? That you know what? Since Unity Party came to power, this is what they've done. This is what they are changing. This is the good things they're doing. Because of XYZ, I want to join UP. Who wants to join Unity Party? You have seen now the governance ability of the Unity Party. There is nothing in there. At least
thank you. Now. Let's run. Let's make it sweet. Let's make it sweet. Let me get out that to Boakai.
Thank you, Stanton. So, first of all, we're making a
You guys, excuse me, Dr. Bobla, you guys observe something? When you call the older people to come on and talk, they look up, they take their own time to unmute before they start talking. They are not like this.
So that's what, no, that's not age, my friend. That's sophistication. When you have full monitor, so I gotta find my mouse and bring it back to where I want it. I ain't age, my friend. It's technology. Anyway, I just want to know. You told the second matter adding it there. Okay, but listen, we're making assumptions though that Mr. Cummings want to run. Mr. Cummings didn't tell anybody he want to run in 2029. First thing. So I won't wait too much on that. Second, we are 8 months into the government of Joe Boakai. We have challenges and we have opportunities. I would rather spend my time, energy on how we can make this season better for all Liberians. When that time comes, Liberians to associate according to how they want to. If you look at the statistic, though, statistically, Mr. Cummings does not have the gravitas, but of course he can do a remake of himself and rebranding. But again, I don't even want to say anything because the man tell nothing about 2029. I mean, probably they're enjoying your life like he should. So I will leave it right there.
Okay, I think, are we done with everybody before we go to Abba? Paul, you
I'm
have
not
not
spoken.
spoken.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, yep, let's go ahead.
Yeah. So listen, Stanton. In politics, never say never. Anything is possible. The only thing in politics that remain constant is the concept of being involved. Politicians will never get out. Once they get in, it's like that water will just keep coming to your head until it covers you. So will Billy's resignation from the party doesn't mean anything. It means a lot. Billy is very ambitious. He has a lot of ambition, and he knows what he wants. And so is any politician. Anyone who gets elected into a political system is looking to see how they can go higher. So I wouldn't be, surprised if I see a merger and I see a arrangement with Ability coming with, the gentleman Cummings. Who knows? Let's open. But like the Omer Broplet said, Chairman Broplet, we cannot focus on that right now. We should be focusing on how Unity Party government will do well. I mean, if they do well, they should have no threat of any arrangement out there. However, if they don't do well, then they can have
I
themselves.
think I agree with you, Paul, with you and Dr. Bopler. Looking at what we're looking at now, I think this conversation to end the show is important because you know what we do in our chat room. A lot of good conversation come up and we argue it. There's something just doesn't smell right, so this conversation right now. I think Glendy, Dr. Richardson, and Fatima we go down our brother Avatoba. Then we end the show. Glendy?
So I just wanted I heard Isaac talk about the UP people and Mr. Cummings. And as passionate as he was, I think he left out a serious detail. The Solicitor General, was he from UP? The one who was trying to make sure that Cummings goes to jail. Was he from UP? I just want to ask. When we're talking then that UP was chasing, we get that. There were other people from other parties who did that. But when you're pointing at UP, don't leave the Solicitor General out. Because he was one that was behind that to the point that he had all the evidence for Mr. Cummings. We can't leave him out of that conversation. He's number one on that list.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
So I would say that I don't know anything about where Mr. Cummings is going to go next. I don't know anything about where Musability is going to go next. I think this is an unfolding story. So we'll wait and see what happens. But I thank you, Lenny, for pointing out. Let's listen to the story and hear and see it in its totality. It was Serena C4 who was taking Mr. Cummings to court every day, well dressed, even wanting to make him a teacher in the community. So it brings me some trauma to just listen to this whole ordeal all over again as it relates to fingering documents that the legislatures just engaged in.
If that was a serious problem, why couldn't Mr. Comey just say, I would support Boakai? Why you think that he bailed out and cast his vote secretly? But it's not for you to answer. Let me bring in Fatima.
I can answer that. I can tell you that I don't believe that he bailed out secretly. I think that called a forensic specialist, and all of a sudden the government dropped its case. Go ahead.
I'm not talking about the case that Richardson. I said, if Mr. Cummings had an issue with CDC, why couldn't he support Joseph Yeman Boakai, but why he cast his vote secretly? When if people ask and say, let's support CDC, Mr. Cummings didn't say yes, he didn't say no, he said, y'all have your will. I'm bringing this up. Fatima.
Yeah, well, I think, when tempers are high, political season is there, leaders choose who they choose. I just wanted to react to something that one of the panelists said. I was driving and I heard them say that the president's speech was a trash. I don't care if you didn't like this speech or you didn't care about it. You don't.
Can you do that in your closing? Can we talk about Mr. Cummings?
Yeah, okay. You don't call it a trash. That's number one. Number two, Mr. Cummings, I believe that even I at the time was upset when he said that. But then looking back, the ordeal that he went through, the things that they did to him, I think made him afraid too. He didn't want to stand up and stand out. He told his people to choose. I would have chose differently. I wanted him at that particular time to support us because although people are believing that he had 1%, there are people that liked him too. I wanted him to have supported the Unity Party, but I cannot, in my wildest dream, foresee him joining the CDC. Not at all. I cannot. He is too high class.
Why?
Unfortunately.
Why?
Mr. Cummings is an intellectual. Mr. Cummings wants more for Liberia. He is not one of those play toys. I mean, let's look at the vision he has. It does not align with that of the CDC. He's not one of those people who want to get from.
Does it align with Unity Party?
I mean, I think most of his values aligns with Unity Party. Seriously, most of his values, his morals, his judgment, his character aligns with Unity Party. We're talking about those things that matter in leadership. It aligns with the Unity Party. I mean, I don't see him actually. I mean, I know in Liberia things can change. I've seen some switches that in my wildest dream I could never believe. But after the things that he tried to do to Mr. Cummings,
who did it to him? Who all did it to him?
You didn't see what Serena Cephas tried to do to him? I mean,
and who?
It's a whole conspiracy. You know that. It does not come with one person, a CEO. It's a conspiracy. You can shake your hair all you want. It's a conspiracy.
I agree with you.
Not you. I'm not talking about you. There's somebody else just shaking their hair. But you can come. You can say anything you want to say. Mr. It's not.
You look great, Fatima. I love your makeup.
Fatima, let me bring in.
If you rant, let's discuss politics, man. You rant all the time. Let's discuss politics.
I'm not a politician. Look at somebody who no. English there.
Come on. The former chief of staff got to speak.
No.
Let's get to Abba. Abba, make your case, my brother.
Yeah, all that kind of thing.
So why you quick to mute me, but you can't mute the Azman when he's talking order?
Because you don't gotta make sense. You don't think
I swear you don't make sense.
Why you gotta come with problems? Just make your case.
No, but and then again, one of the most ignorant person on the platform, Isaac Duke, and tell me
You make no sense on the show.
I will have to remove both for. I will have to remove both for you, though. I gave you the chance to speak on the issue.
I just teasing my opinion.
No, we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't do it. I beg you.
Don't move me.
Yeah. We shouldn't do that. I beg you. Let's go ahead.
Make a stand joke, man. Stand on. Let go.
Yeah, but let's come back. The Musa Benedict issue and that of what we hear about the collaboration. Abba, talk to us.
Right. Again, I said that Musa Benedict has a choice politically to do whatever he wants to do. And people can have the right to have the perception of his move or try to understand and put reasoning behind it or whatever. But I don't think he's in for whatever reconciliation they're doing internally in the Liberty Party and bringing people back and stuff. But if the party decided that with probably the force that Yomdi coming with, so he exits from that situation. So he's free now. He's a free agent. While they're a free agent, they can go where they want to go. With regards to the CDC has been making overtures to Mr. Cummings for a while. But what is in it? There's supposedly will be a split in the CDC, but who knows if that's a real split or a fake split? Because politics has a way of doing things. So those people who say they tie with Weah, they don't want to see Weah running again. The destruction that Tweah, McGill, Weah, and the rest of them brought to them. Those are the ones who want to see a different dispensation, other people elevating. So would they really split or would they come and harmonize? So Mr. Cummings is with the ANC, but he has a choice politically to associate. But the thing I want to understand from you, Stanton, what do you mean by join? When you say join George Weah, what do you mean? What is that end goal? Is it for Cummings to be vice president of Weah? Is it for Cummings to be pushed as president? And then after he leaves the stage, maybe one term, Weah come back? What is it? Tell me, what do you mean by join?
They are in conversation. So this morning, after back and forth with the Musa Benedict resignation, and I reached out to Wade Power. I said, "Are you going to resign?" She sent me the letter. She also said she stepped down. Somebody else is about to resign too, I'm hearing. So their group are leaving Liberty Party. So then, and I posed this question to someone else about Cummings, and you saw the picture from Musa page, right? He went to meet Mr. Cummings. And
That's
then
a lot of respect.
yes, and then Mr. Cummings, he met Mr. Cummings. And now what I'm getting is that they are in conversation. Okay, this is just an initial stage. They are in conversation. So going back to Fatima, I'm still where you asked Iva. Going back to Fatima to say, well, CDC prosecuted, CDC went after Mr. Cummings, CDC did all the bad things. You know what I'm saying, Rabba? So therefore, Mr. Cummings.
But again, let's differentiate. Before you go on, let's differentiate. When people say CDC, sometimes it's some elements in the CDC. It's not necessarily like some of the lay members in the CDC. Because I know many people in the CDC who have a high respect for Mr. Cummings and they like Mr. Cummings. So
that you serve as former chief. You serve as chief of staff. You are the former chief of staff. When you see some of the most powerful people around Mr. Cummings, right? Those people that were the Mr. Cummings ear, they moved and they supported George Weah. Isn't that a sign that shifting to CDC is a reality, Abba?
No, it's a possibility because we had an open discussion about who to support in the second round. Mr. Cummings was very clear. He said the decision should be the party's decision and the individual's decision. I personally, while we're going through that whole process, I was making the case for unity party completely, consistently, internally. While other people are making the case for CDC, the vote went towards the CDC. I stuck with the unity party. I declared I was supporting the unity party, okay? Because I felt it's a better choice going forward than what the CDC were presented on a second term. Other people felt differently, but it's not an indication as to where Mr. Cummings will go. He has that opportunity right now. I spoke with Mrs. Cummings today. She's doing fine. He's doing fine. He's resting and he's focusing on his business. So the decision, the political decision will emerge, but it's not that time for him to make it.
So thank you very much. I say you have the last say here. We gotta go.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up some things. I'm not sure if we've forgotten. The Solicitor General of the country has a job to do. If he's doing a job, it is his job he's doing. United Party took Mr. Cummings to court. And because it is his job, he had to do his job. President Boakai was a witness against Mr. Cummings in the court. The United Party produced evidence against Mr. Cummings in the court. United Party partisans, George Lobo and the rest of the guys were on social media consistently referring to Mr. Cummings in all kinds of ways. CDC did not go after Mr. Cummings. I have even said on this show before, Stanton, if you can remember, that Isaac can be very open to supporting Mr. Cummings or presidential bid if George Weah is not in the picture. I said it. And this is a thought shared by many citizens that I can tell you. It is now today, United Party is now dying. They want to go to someone now they used to call Mr. 1% and Mr. Criminal. How much can these people be so ashamed? And now someone is coming on here ranting about how people shaking hair and all that kind of things. Like it is important anywhere at all. Listen, United Party wanted to disgrace Mr. Cummings. I have one person, my people in Europe, he and I always talk. I've always told him, listen, I like Mr. Cummings' perseverance. He's somebody who is he is firm. Not today, now you sinking, you want help. So you are around the place looking for which kind of a branch to hang on. You disrespected Mr. Cummings, United Party. You went to court with him. Don't come here and pretend as if you forgot what you did just a few months ago. You were led by your conscience.
We have to go. We couldn't get to the conversation, including Amin Modal, the new development with the LBDR bank. Amin Modal with one check, he paid over 700,000 United States dollars in the first 4 months coming into government with one check. With one check, Amin Modal went to another bank. We got all the bank information. We just couldn't get to it because of this trending issue. We discussed it more. Amin Modal having discussion to return the car to Joe Baba at Katos Moto. First of all, he was going to give it to Double Jala. Double Jala said, I don't want it. Amin Modal had a meeting today with some very high-profile folks. I'm going to announce it more on the show. He asking them to advocate for him and beg for him that he shouldn't be dismissed. He shouldn't be persecuted. I spoke to some of them. I said, if you do that, we'll call you out. I said it. I said, we should allow the president to make that decision and the president alone. The law got to be the law because we have to be a law-abiding citizen. There will be no way Amin Modal will move from one ministry to another ministry, from one important person to another important person and begging for mercy. Amin should speak out. Amin should come and tell the people that he messed up. I'm to a place. If the presidency will give him second trial, it's up to the president. But Amin should be able to speak, or he should take that responsibility. So tomorrow there will be a lot of information we'll be sharing with you when it comes to Amin. I'm saying it up front right now because I know where we are with our information. I have some document I will share with you. Amin is in a place that he going ahead hike in 4 months. In 4 months. Amin owed this bank. I'm going to read this real quick. I couldn't put it up, but let me read part of it because there will be no way we have time to discuss it. So I'm going to read part of this. You know, I'm saying that because people want to hear it. Presenting on the Better Casa Hotel, the managing director informed the board that Better Casa Hotel defaulted in its repayment of the US. He promised to pay $5,000 every month installment. He defaulted. He said that the total principal amount of the outstanding loan as at 25th of March 2024 is US $511,142. The managing director further informed the board that the owner has not been responding to calls from the management of the bank. He said that the management, however, planned to close down the hotel at the end of April 2024 if the non-cooperative stand continue. The rest of the document, the next month, Amin cleared his entire $511,000 debt. He went to LBDI. I'm calling the bank the LBDI. With one check, Amin paid $700,000. And the rest of the bank that Amin owe and he make the payment will be discussed in the tomorrow. Today, Amin met one of the biggest person in the country today to beg for mercy. It is important that we all should uphold justice in our country. We erred before. If the forgiveness will come, that Joseph Yeman Boakai will respect his decision. But at this time, from the party chairman, Reverend Luther Tappe, that is very firm, to some of the party leaders that speaking beyond closed door that I spoke to, they are angry. And I asked them, why can't you come and say something? They say, we are in a party position. And I like what Fadiga said today. He says, sometimes we speak behind closed door. And sometimes they come out and say that, my friend, I got to protect them. Then who are you? I want to be very, very, very serious. We are not done with the Amin Modal and Double Jala issue. The one with the intent to steal, the one with the intent to corrupt the system, and therefore we will be on this case. We got sufficient evidence, we got sufficient document that if you think that it was okay that Amin can buy a boat, July of 2024, pay all his loan on his Better Casa Hotel with all the document in our possession, and all the things that will be explained to you today. The guys were calling for protest again. And we still speaking to them in the back. We'll discuss this tomorrow. We'll talk about this tomorrow because it's the best thing for us to do. I also want us to be reminded that we'll be talking about Councillor Cooper Crack tomorrow. Councillor Cooper Crack took a loan. He took a loan from the TEPCO when he was on the board as chair. I was on the board something, right? Finally, I got a document. He took this loan worth over $30,000 and he couldn't pay. And he asked Leteco, you know where Richmond Toby was working? Am I pronouncing the name right? The telecom company. Can you help me, Fadiga? Can you?
That's it.
Leteco. Yeah, thank you. Where Richmond Toby was working, I want to know because, you know, I want to pronounce it right. So he took a loan. He took this loan and he defaulted on the loan and he said the Leteco should pay. I went through the investigation, but he got fired in the maze. Who paid for him? Why they pay for him? Why the government have to pay for Cooper Crowd loan? And now, I sent a question to Councillor Cooper Crowd, the Labor Minister. I hope he can get back to us for us to explain to the Liberian people what exactly happened. But what we have in our possession, I can say to you, he took a loan and he asked the Leteco to pay. Somebody help us, and I hope we can get his response. There's an issue also at public work right now between the minister, Roland Guinness, and the deputy minister, Prince Tamba. We will get into it when I share the information with my folks. The minister, Roland Guinness, and the deputy, Prince Tamba, they cannot get along. The president is involved. The president is angry. Two of them cannot see eye to eye because of some kind of issue that I will reveal to you tomorrow. As I said, I sit here just to do the Liberian people job, and I want everybody to understand when we see something, we will say something. Wherever you find yourself, when you see something, please, please, please say something. Roland Guinness said he able to give the deputy minister that were appointed or nominated by Joseph Boakai a warning letter. A warning letter. But we'll get into it tomorrow. It's bad. Other ministers within the government. Yeah, we're closing. I'm doing my closing, sir. You want me to keep quiet now, boss man?
No, no.
Oh, you just scared I will do all the talking and let you go, right?
I won't be surprised.
Maybe that's what I should do. But again, what for tomorrow, we'll have a big show, a lot of stuff happening within the ministry. We got to tell you the truth. Just go do your own research and come back, join the show tomorrow. May God bless you. May God keep you. And may God bless our state. You have a wonderful evening. You have a good night. Dr. Richardson, it's good to see you. Glennie, it's always good to see you. Come back. We finish.
Just say we do.
We finish. I always have the last closing.
That dictatorship. Dictatorship.
No, but someone got to close.
I don't want to be a dictator. You're close. Everybody do the closing. Yeah, please, because now you see that Bobla said a dictatorship. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. You have your closing time.
So we started.
But please be considerate now because with all of our time, you have to talk within a minute, please.
I know. I'm gonna try. It was a great show. I just want to thank Liberian people for coming today. It is because of you, as I said before, that there's people in the background.
Yeah, I said, go. Can you guys mute?
I know you don't want to hear me, but I gotta talk. Okay, sorry, brother. So tomorrow I'm not going to be here. You guys, it sounds like you guys going to have a great show, but I just want to tell you to please join us on Spoon Talk Business on Friday. This is the show where we talk about the business sector and how they are contributing to Liberia. We started the show talking about Samuel Tweah. Reliable sources have said to us that Samuel Tweah was the conduit, which means that he was the medium, he was the front man for mismanaging funds in Liberia. There are conversations in which they said the president would just call Samuel Tweah to redirect funds, whether it's from the National Port Authority or whether it's from the Commerce, and he did that because of the president's phone call as opposed to going through the proper channels. And this is what reliable sources are telling me. I don't like the way how he came into the country because some people may hold him responsible for the underdevelopment of our country. I wish that he would have been arrested. I wish he would have went to jail. However, I stand by the Constitution of Liberia. I stand by the rule of law. If they made some kind of bargain, without telling the Liberian people that was wrong, they should have informed the Liberian people about the bargaining process. We don't need to know about this bond. How did he afford the bond? We need support for the justice system. So I will let the story unfold, and we'll be discussing this story. We then went on to the UN. I graded the president a B- in his speech. The president said some good things. I would have wanted his speech to be more informative because he was informing the world of Liberia, but also persuasive because his speech is on the social media. We don't know who's listening. It could be tons and tons of business people that are listening. It could be politicians listening. It could be high school students listening, university professors listening. So that's why he needed to persuade the people that why do we need to come to Liberia to invest? There should have been more meat in the speech. He should have tied the theme of the speech, which is no child left behind, acting together to advance peace and sustainable development. He did say some good things in the speech that I like. I like the part that he talked about how Liberia have contributed to the development of the UN in 1945, I believe, when the UN was developed. I like how he talked about the declaration of the African Women Day. I like how he talked about Liberia supports peace and security for Israel and Ukraine. So let's remember that as we bid for this seat on the Security Council. Lastly, I want to just say that contrary to popular belief, Musa is not an impulsive person when it comes to politics. We have had this conversation with many people. He called to express what he was going to do about the membership, how he was organizing. So for some of you said this is maybe his strategic approach to moving forward his life. I believe that's true. Musa is not a perfect person. Neither are you. Neither am I. But as I see him now, he is on the right projection to making sure that he contributes to District 7, the people who elected him. He wants the development of District 7. He has done some wonderful things in the House of Representatives. He supported, sponsored a law to make sure I'm sorry. I'm coming to make sure that
we gotta give all of the strengths Dr. Richardson. I know you were praising brother Musa. You were praying. You said that thing over his sponsor a lot.
I'm particular to you and begging for time. That's my first time doing this on this show here. I don't usually beg for time. When you say I shut up,
Dr. Richardson, take my time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm the big on here now. I'm the open big on here. I accept it.
The more we talk, the more we stay now. Okay, so
as Musa is
on the right trajectory for speaking for the Liberian people. He recently helped sponsor a bill to make sure that we who are in the diaspora, when we go to Liberia, we can apply for a visa upon arrival. He also talked about making sure that elected positions were not restricted for that Liberian in the diaspora. So you can go and you won't be judged, you'll be judged, you won't be president, you'll be president. If you look at the previous law, we were restricted. He recently just voted against this public this personal interest bill.
Take your time, Dr. Richardson. We'll wait for you. Say everything you want to say, but Musa, take your time.
Let me speak a little slower. Thank you very much. Musa recently voted, okay, for a public interest bill as opposed to a personal. Let me stop. Okay, guys. Thank you very much. You are a good sport. Bye.
Quiet, Paul.
Paul, you close.
We jump over Glenny, please. Paul, go ahead.
Glenny will share my time with me. Glenny will share my time.
You get no
Glenny
time.
will share. I yield half of my time to Glenny.
You have only half. How can you have if you have half?
My man, don't infringe on my rights here. You give everybody getting 2 minutes. I would take 1 minute, and Glenny would take one. I can do whatever I want with my 1 minute. I'm giving 1 minute to Glenny.
Well,
That's democracy right there. I like
Anyway,
democracy.
thank you, Paul, for your time. Great show. It was great being here. Looking forward to tomorrow. I think we're exhausted discussing a lot of the stuff. We're hoping that when the president returns, there will be decisions that will be made for the betterment of our country. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. I like Spoon. Spoon gave us the ability to express our democratic freedoms and rights and privileges. Although to me like that, he texted me all kind of way, but I'm not gonna listen. My 1 minute was given to me, and I like that. Liberia is maturing gradually into the whole democratic process. Today we saw an indicted former government official return and was given the accordance of the rule of laws. The president had that rule of law as a part of his agenda, and to a certain extent, the country is living up to that. I was glad to see that. We also talk about the president's speech. The president did see at the speech at the UN. I will be suggesting to his speechwriter to give ample time to the president, whenever they present him those kind of really important speeches to make. And we are looking forward to discussing, the issue of the minister Amin Moda. I know fully well he, as a sitting minister, should not own a car that is more than 45,000. He chose and deliberately decided he was going to go buy a car that is more than what the law allows him to buy. I think the president should look into that. The country is bleeding, when it comes to financial issues. So, these are the kind of things that Spoon bring out to the people, and we are really glad that we are part of it. Thank you for the opportunity to always follow us, to the Liberian people.
Thank you, Yanfo. Thank you. Fadiga, you got 30 seconds though. You gave your time away.
Why you want to give me 30 seconds when?
Fadiga, you got 30 seconds. Seriously, you do. You got 30 seconds.
Well, I understand the hate, but I do. One thing I admire, and I'm smiling, we all have friends. Paul is protecting his friend. Dr. Richardson is talking favorably about her friend and brother, Musa Ability. I respect Mr. Ability, but I think he has had some trouble past, and but that didn't stop that.
And you've heard me say he is not perfect, and neither are you.
We are all not perfect.
Let him man finish now.
I know that he's not perfect. I supported him too, even when people were beating on him. I do understand that he's not perfect. That's why I know my friend is not a perfect person. But it's not about car. I will say this, the first thing. I want to end with the president. I will say the first thing. Did not pay off any loan. Restructure his loan. We'll talk about that in detail.
Can you be on the record, please, my brother? Because when you say this here, we come back, then you can switch on us. So
no, I'm
wait, Fadiga, wait. Pocket Avatuba. Let all be quiet. Now we will put you on the record officially. Can you say exactly what you said again?
Did not pay off his loan. It was restructured. So it was consolidated. Part of the restructuring was consolidated and now
don't just keep it in one line now. Take one word because tomorrow we want to hold you to something.
Restructure, consolidation. I know where you take it. But it was consolidated. That's the word I think.
Consolidated. Okay, thank you.
So
consolidated point of information. Consolidated mean he got loaned to several banks. He brought all together under one bank. Let the Liberian people know
No,
this.
no. Let him explain.
No,
Because
CEO, we gotta close, though.
you know what? You're right. I said though.
Yeah, we
We gotta
gotta close
close.
now.
We gotta close.
Let me say this.
No. We gotta close. That's what they got finished.
I see people beating on his car. I mean, he's a millionaire. You look at his assets declaration. He's a man that can afford 2 times that car. For most of you, you think that this man is so anxious for luxury. I look at the car, share that car, true to my word. I share the picture of the actual picture of the car in our chat room. It's an off-road Suburban. Here's a man that is Minister of Commerce. For some of you that believe that this car is a luxury, for Army, it's not a luxury. It's an enhancement. It's to be able to help him enhance his work. Army is not your average guy. I call him a gentle giant. Army has some complications for which most of the regular cars here, he will not ride. Even me, I do not ride regular car. Then imagine we had a 6 or 7 foot tall individual at the ministry as a minister. We will get you a Toyota Camry. The Toyota Land Cruiser that we buy all around, it's even more expensive than that car. That 81. Look, I'm not going to justify, but I want us to be humane for once. Even if you are consulted with the president, I'm sure you are being exempted. For some of you, you want luxury. No. I mean, they have multiple cars. And I'm sorry I have to say this and be emotional about it tonight, but I just want to set the record straight. It's not because he's desperate to buy a car. He can buy 20 other cars if he wants. It's not for the car. It's to enhance it where he has to go in a rural area. How do you think he's going to go there? I know my friend. I'm not going to bring his personal business out yet, but I know why he chose an American brand car over a Toyota or one of those cars, because it doesn't give him the convenience to carry on his work. So are you telling me that a blind person will not get a job in this government? Are you telling me that if somebody is disabled, we should cast them out? Everybody talking about car. It's not about car. I mean, has a Mercedes that is almost equal or more expensive than that. He has other cars. He said it here. He has a bunch of cars. Let us be frank. I'm not saying or saying everything he did was squeaky perfect. We got 2 things here. People talk about corruption, but everybody here praising their own people that have corrupt history. We talk about he did this, he did that. But one thing I know, in the LRA letter said that this car was done illegally. It was not a brown paper envelope. It was not paid to play. And I know that the right decision will be made. I don't see that any problem here. So let us move on to more pertinent national issue and keep crying. Those cars are gas guzzlers. Go to Texas. You can get that thing for little or nothing in Texas. For some of you that have not seen cars, you think that, oh, I mean, they won't ride big. He's been riding big car. Even me, I can ride regular cars here because of my leg and my size. I'm a big guy. Don't mind this up here showing on the screen.
How many minutes the CEO get him 1 million?
No, you don't. You gave your
you've been here for 5 minutes talking the same thing.
Can you give me 1 second?
Don't fool anybody. No millionaire will take car. No millionaire will be running to take car from government. No millionaire will do that. No millionaire will be trying.
I'm not going to argue with you. That you saying you protect. Leave me alone. Let me talk about my friend. You talk about your friend. You want to disassociate yourself with. I will say that we were misinformed on 2 things. The president mentioned 2 things at the UN General Assembly. He said Liberia facing drugs crisis, and he said 2 things. He declared a national security emergency, which he did, or something. And then he said something about we established a dedicated national body to tackle that. Those were all facts. There is actually a national drug and substance abuse task force that was created by the president. And those agencies and ministry involved, gender, LDA, youth and sport justice, and so many other agencies were put together. So I don't think there was anything out of the norm that he said. He said exactly what he did. I don't think he did not talk about the LDA situation. That doesn't mean that he would not handle it. He said he's going to handle it. And, you know, we know that there's the challenges there. We all want to see immediate, but there was no lie in this. There was no misinformation. The two things that he did, he declared a national emergency, which is highlighted in the speech, and then he created this tax.
So listen, we get time stop, right?
30 second or let's move forward. Who's next? Ms. Dr. Purple, are you next?
Look, what I want to say in closing is this. You know, every day I listen to the news. I buy all the newspapers. We come on the show. We raise the issues like we should. So the propensity to get discouraged because time after time, people you think should know better don't do better. But I just want to say to all of our fellow Liberians, you know, get up every day and know that there are so many people here doing good things. There are teachers who are teaching, haven't gotten paid, but they go to the classroom every day. There are nurses who try to serve people and they don't have the supplies. Doctors work long hours for small money. So good things are happening. So all of us should get up every day with a determination to just turn obstacles into opportunities and keep pressing forward. We are going to get better sooner, but we all must do our parts. Let's raise the issue. Let's be critical when we need to. Let's compliment people when they do good work, but let's remain hopeful because together, if we keep working, our tomorrow will be better than our yesterday. That's what I want to say. Go ahead, Isaac.
It was Isaac Topa next, right? Isaac, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, this platform will always hopefully inform the people. We'll always hopefully have diversity of thought. And hopefully sometimes the sensitivity is not too high, that people don't get quote unquote emotional and just try to be defensive. You make your point, you know, after the other person has been done with a disagreeing with you. Because we all don't have the same mind, we don't have the same orientation, we don't have the same affiliation, we don't have the same likenesses, or the same emotional attachments. So we come from different angles on different topics. So people should be receptive to that, you know, and just let the audience decide. You can't force nobody on this panel to agree to your point. Okay? So the issue of ability is ability's choice. The issue of association is a constitutional right. Any Liberian can associate with any political party, any individual, any institution, any organization. That's the right. If they want to leave, they want to come back. I mean, we have so many political parties where people have resigned, so now in very hostile, you know, adversarial, you know, form. But then they end up coming back. They settle things. So we can't act like everything is terminal. We are human beings, okay? We have to be able to get over our own thought about ourselves, the ego we have, and sometimes, you know, engage people, you know, for what the reality is. President Boakai at the UN, the speech was not dynamite, but how many speeches can anybody produce from the UNGA to say what dynamite it went to, I don't know what extension in terms of being viral and impacted the world? How many speeches? You know, but the content of the speech, especially with regards to the drug thing, he had to put it in front of these people. The drug thing is very critical. We need support. Okay? And making it seem like he's doing something about it. And it's clear that he is trying to do something about it, but just his decision making is slow when it comes to closing out this situation with the leadership. And that's something he needs to really pay attention to. The country needs a clear leadership position. Somebody, not only an officer in charge, because the officer in charge is you know, people assume it means somebody not working, that only one person working. No, it's not necessarily that. But let's make it clear to the Liberian people that we really care about the drug thing, and we are appointing X, Y, Z to lead this situation. It should be very clear. And hopefully, in a short time after he returns, he can make that decision. The investigation has been done. If he's not clear with the investigation, let him go back and tell the pool investigator, I'm not satisfied with your investigation. And the time frame for those speeches, what are 5 minutes, 7 minutes? They got limited time to package whatever they want to package. And he mentioned our development issues. He mentioned our challenges. And he talked about the community, the international community, and other people coming together for all of us collectively to achieve these development goals. Liberia is way behind the achievement of the development goals, the sustainable development goals. Starting with Ellen, over the last 6 years, we're happy to be able to pass the Millennium Compact one time, the readings, where it was like our holiday for the entire country. So when an incompetent government that has failed the people and the premier critics of this government is falling on deaf ears. But in the same token, this government needs to step up to the plate. Yes, I didn't expect change as we would describe change, but I expect an improvement on what was happening in the last 6 years. And it's slow to manifest to the people. It's slow to make a difference. And hopefully, now that they got the new finance minister in place, we'll see something different, because a lot of things is based on expectations and hope. And if you start to build that for the people, encourage them, make a difference, it will kind of snowball and the effect will be strong. It will circulate in the community. One of the primary things that you can change is the payment, how fast government pays and people that owe, how fast government pays salaries and get money in people's hands, and how fast government, the allocations in the budget, how far they disperse it to these different agencies for them to also be able to pay whoever their contractors or whoever doing work for them. So, look, this country for all of us, let's try to keep it that way. Let's keep the pressure on the government to produce, because we want success. If the government produces, everybody can enjoy. So that's all I have to say tonight. Oh, you want to hear Mr. Comey's name?
Thank you very much, Alva. Dr. Bobla, did you close? Okay, Alva, did you close?
No, it's me now.
Okay, then Fatima have not closed yet, or she did?
Yeah, she's the last person.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
All right, yeah, thank you. So seditions have started celebrating already the 58th birth anniversary of President Weah. Get ready to celebrate on October. And Samuel Tweah returned in Liberia. Our rescue friends and brothers are so quiet in shame. During the campaign period, I was on ELBC and I said one thing. I said, listen, this rescue mission is not about you, Liberians. This rescue mission is about the people who want to rescue themselves. President Boakai was in, I think, Royal Island or one of the states, and he said that Liberia was rescued from the day President Weah was defeated. I agree with him. I want to speak to that. One of our friends came on this platform and reiterated that. He said Liberia was indeed rescued from the day President Weah was defeated. That is true. Oh yes, that is true. Because we said so. The country, of course, was rescued from the day President Boakai got the opportunity to ride in presidential convoy that did not have anything to do with your life. Liberia was rescued, of course. You thought that you were voting for a rescue mission that will improve your life. Oh no, it's not about you. Because Liberia was rescued from the day President Boakai could put 100,000 on his credit card once it was not President Weah. Of course, Liberia was rescued. You thought that the rescue mission was about increasing your salary as Liberians. Oh no, you are wrong. It was not about you. It was about LTA commissioners taking fat salaries. Once it was not George Weah people who were taking those fat salaries, Liberia was rescued. Of course. Who told you it was about you? It wasn't. We said this during the campaign, that indeed rescue is not about you, Liberians. It's only about George Weah. And we ask, if you win the election and George Weah does not win, then what next? Liberia will be rescued again? Oh yes, they agree with us now. President Boakai is a good old man. He said it, man. And his supporters reiterated that the night George Weah was declared not winner, Liberia was rescued. We agree. Yes, we agree. Rescue was not about you, Liberians. It was not about your school fees being paid. No, it was not about drugs. It was not about corruption. Of course, it was not about you being able to pay your rent or having money to eat or about reducing the price of rice. It was about people getting jobs. So from the day they had the ability to get jobs, Liberia was rescued. Oh, yes. And
Thank you, Ase. We got to go. Thank you, my brother.
I will end on this. I can tell you, if you voted with the thinking that a government was coming to rescue your life, oh, you were wrong. The government was coming to defeat George Weah. But that night, Liberia was already rescued. No more rescue again to the people. They've done with rescue. They've already gotten their fat salaries. Their big.
Thank you, Asido. Ase, thank you. Thank you very much, folks. We're going to end the show with Fatima. Fatima, you get the last word here tonight.
So as always, I would like to say that it was a good show, although I'm a latecomer. It was a good show. I would like to say to my fellow panelists, as always, it's a pleasure to see most of you. And to the viewers.
Well, all of us, but
most of you. To the viewers, I would like to say thank you every day for coming here, for speaking truth to power, for listening to us, for typing all day, keeping us honest, talking about us any kind of way you want. And that's the power of democracy. I would like to say something. I would like to just draw some contrast. And it's this. I'm glad to live and see a Liberia where we are able to stand on a network and criticize our government without fear or favor. I would like to be here. I'm proud to be a woman today, that in Liberia today, girl beaters will not go free. Anybody beat one girl, you go into jail. Criminals that will go and steal our people money. The law, the rule of law. And you say, Samuel Tweah, but we will see the rule of law. The Spoon Network will come back here and we will sit and look at the systems in place. Okay? The court system will make sure accountability at the end of the day becomes the order of the day. It's one thing that I was sitting in my little corner and Stanton Witherspoon looked at me with all of the mouth that I've been having since 5 times and brought me on this network to be able to express myself. I don't want Joseph Boakai to pay people's school fee. I don't want it. I don't even want him to pay WIAC fees. What I want is for him to empower Liberians to be able to pay their own children's school fee. You know what it means to work and pay for yourself? You know what it means?
The eyelashes coming up?
No lashes today or the eyebrow. You know, I can wear glasses, my contact, and the contact issue.
But why are you trying to distract your more?
Let me tell you something. It is a good thing that Joseph Numa Boakai, in Joseph Numa Boakai's Liberia, we can sit here and talk about Amin Modaka. We can sit here and hold officials accountable. In the 8 months that Joseph Boakai have become, 8 to 9 months that Joseph Boakai have become president, we are able to sit here and talk about our government. I'm glad that there is a Liberia today that each and every one of us have a voice, that people can come on this network. They can critique us. They can say what they want to say. Let me tell you something. Something Dr. Broplep and Azeval. Let me put a name there before we miss the 2 people. Azeval.
What are your former husband would have said? Leslie Review your.
No, you're not. You said my former husband. No, guys. No, Fatima, Fatima,
Look at me.
Fatima, let's go ahead.
Fatima, let me finish.
Fatima Sherry or Sally, let's go ahead. I beg you, Mama, please.
So, let me explain. Liberia today, where we are sitting, for the likes of certain people to come on this network and criticize, I'm glad that George Weah gave certain people, the likes of himself, little minds opportunity, because they can sit here today and talk about people and look at a president of a nation. You can grade his speech any way you want to grade. Call his speech trash. I mean, I'm proud to see an old man, almost 80, on the 30th of November, delivering a speech that when I scratching my hair, holding my hair and say, I'm Mobe Afrokenwa, Mobe Afrokenwa. I was proud today to see my president speaking, and I was not embarrassed, I was not ashamed. A speech could have had more fruits and more juice for us to suck on it, but the president's speech, he spoke the words that we wanted to hear. I wanted to hear. Let me tell you, I love Joseph Nima Boakai. You know why? Because he rescued Liberia. The other reports are there. Y'all look at it. Y'all see what the young boys were doing. Joseph Boakai ain't got to go do one more business. Abe Amana. He ain't got to go buy Gucci bag. Abe Asana. He ain't got to go take money and steal money. How long he got here? Some of people, Liberian people, they can fool some of you some of the time. Some of the people that on a platform that would talk, say, oh, me are this or that, you and the government will criticize every day. Get them position. See what they will do. That is some of the other people that rejected you for nothing. They rejected the CDC because you stole from us massively. You destroy every fabric of our government. And for you to come sit here, you asking me what else. Talk about me. Fatima, why you here? You know why I decided. Excuse me, let me finish. That's why I decided I made a calculated decision as a Madingo woman, not to go to bed with all.
You buy again, you Madingo again.
I buy Madingo.
Why you distracting the woman now? Why you no man?
No, will beat me because they will not come look at me and beat me because they want to do something to me. I refuse. I say I'll call that name. I talk about me.
I didn't understand that. Can you say that again?
I'm gonna say
yeah.
No men will look at the likes of me with my education.
We don't want to get in trouble yet. Fatima, take your own turn. You said you buy Madigo, then what happened?
Fatima Bintu Salif, George Weah, Joel Howard Taylor, Aze Blama Dome, all of them, I'm educated and all of them put together.
Oh yeah.
I want to say it. And I went to Ivy League school and I graduated from a Division I school in everything. Yeah, I went to Cornell University.
I want to care about you said no Liberian will do what to you. That's why I'm interested in.
No, I said I'm not the kind of woman that make a car. He sleep with me, then turn around, beats me on top of it, and look at me like the way I said Donna used to do to that girlfriend. Beat me and they can't stay on a school network and talk. Me, I got thick skin. You coming for me, come with bazooka. So because when I open my mouth to you, picking, you ever me. I'm 51 years old, and you ever me say you come and ask me. Talk about my character.
Thank you very much, Pastor. So Fatima Bintu Salim. Fatima, thank you.
Give me a chance. Thank you. I'm not doing them to come because they ain't get power.
Fatima, thank you very much. It's good having you, Fatima. Thank you very much. And at least Avatuba, that was very clear. Hold on, Fatima. Fatima, hold on, because you see plenty running away now because she does start something. Fatima, thank God, because I thought you were going to get some in trouble that no man will come to you and beat you because we don't beat people. And I never put my hand on you, right?
Now you want to beat woman? I don't know somebody said that me able to beat. I said, don't I know the kind of girl that they can beat? Now Fatima beat to
no, Fatima, let it be so now. Let it be so. That's a problem.
That case against your four husbands.
When you come and you can be certified. When you come and for just
I want to close the show. Fatima, thank you very much. Ava, thank you. I said, Do, thank you very much. I want to say it was a great show.
Fatima, you fine, woman. You fine.
I want to say, well, great show. I said, Do, thank you. Have a good night. I said, Do. All right. Two of you will be going in the chat room, be texting. Glenny, you let trouble. You push Fatima, then you hide your hand. You gotta be afraid of Fatima. She ain't got no secret. I'm rethinking. I don't know my decision on that. I'm rethinking Fatima. One day I will make Fatima vest. She will put everything else out. I'm getting scared now. That I'm like getting scared.
They need to leave her alone. Leave her alone.
I can't. That's
That's good,
Very good.
You
know you look like today. You look like Mama Capability in a yellow going for yellow machine.
But that woman,
okay, so let's go.
That woman, in that party.
Well, I brought you. Thank you, yeah. Y'all thank you for tonight. Y'all listen to our
Good night.
Well, I know you gotta go. You don't want to get us started, so just go, Paul. It's good.
Yeah, good night.
When you go to China alone, Paul, we saw you were a Liberian woman, or you met her there. You met her there?
Comment.
But Fatima.
Yeah.
Fatima.
Yeah.
Fatima, so you can just be in your car driving, and with no car on to just conclude on the show.
So I just hit. No, I can walk come back. Just
Fatima, the woman coming from where? Nelson, can you come on?
From work, or you know me. I'm in my four gear. I'm coming from work. And my cousin Nelson. I'm coming from work.
I'll see you later. Thank you very much.
Thank you later.
You know about him. See, let me tell you something. I hate dog with holler. Me, Fatima, I made a calculated decision in Liberia to only screw through Liberia men and marry both of them. Yeah, you can't talk to me. Go for.
Don't put your business also now. Don't put your business also.
Look at who talking about somebody's business. You ain't all talking about somebody's business.
That's certain thing we can't talk about.
Look at him lying. What me I can talk about? I said, don't ask me.
But don't put your business also like this. So you say 2 is enough.
Tonight,
no, yeah, America.
Tommy, you want to play with? Yeah, Papa.
Fatima, what about in America?
No, in America, nothing, man. I want Jaja wanted to try, but no, Fatima make it. They not make it with me, oh.
Wait, nah, Fatima.
You see my home, but you can call me Fatima. Ha. You own a spoon now, well, we worry. What's the way I worry about? I get mattress on my back, oh. Yeah, my cousin Nancy.
Well, wait a minute, you get mattress on your back. Anybody get mattress on your back?
You lay down there. No, you don't like you know.
No.
You know. Mattress.
No, you can put mattress on the back.
Yeah, my cousin Nancy. Please.
No, but Fatima, help me understand. I know the thing.
You understand?
They can put mattress on the back.
They can put women then I got mattress on their back. $2.50 second bid later. Yeah, me.
Oh, so they're selling the mattress?
No, they can be in their car trunk. Anywhere near cash then operation left away.
Oh yeah.
But you know. I mean, you ask. Look at he open like a wow OPT. Actually, you know, you will know.
I don't know. You know, I'm a Christian. I don't know.
Joseph Boakai is a person out. They better get over a 6 year. That is. See, second talking tire. My cousin, my friend Bill Cassie, hello.
Thank you very much, Fatima. It's good to have you again. You are welcome to come back tomorrow. Don't forget.
Anniversary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fatima. Don't forget now.
Me, I want to marry Bella for me. I will be you the market though. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, you can marry better than me, but you can chase better than me. Get away, man. Away from that, man. She can marry better than me, but whole day she gave me chance. See, my sister now. Every day they will call me and cry. But we love you, Fatima. We love you. We love you with the love of Christ. You're a good person. And we want to say thank you very much for always joining us. Nelson, it's good to have you again. Thank you very much. Where George Widow coming from? George, it's been a long time. George Widow. Yeah, it been a long. He always on the show, or he left for a minute, right?
No, he's on the show, but he comes on during the weekend now. I think his schedule changed. So
okay. Yeah, I'm up again. It's good to see him. Nelson, what's cooking, man? What's happening?
Yeah, let me think. The country very hot today. You know, plenty things
Yeah.
happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's make sure you turn our stuff up good before the stuff, game situation, please.
Yeah, we're on course.
We're on course. It's very good. It's a very good show today. Tomorrow will be a very, very hard show. We have to examine all the ministers. We got to redo the vetting for them over who stay, who go. We got to make it happen. I can tell you for sure, Nelson. We got enough information for all the ministers, and we'll let the Liberian people know. This is the Spoon Talk, man. I really appreciate the crew. Dr. Richardson, Glennie, the yellow woman. She said, "Don't call her yellow woman." My father lawyer, so I'm a lawyer. Jane Genius, and you get Paul Kennedy. He will beat him mercifully by Americone. When you talk about Americone, Paul Kennedy, the veins crashing, he's shaking. Then we get
That's
Fadiga. Fadiga is so compromised because he's in Amin hotel. He cannot say anything contrary to Amin. So he will just be saying, "Bob, the devil in the duties." Every day, devil in duty for Fadiga. Then you get Mame, Abdullah Mame, the Bapalubo. When you talk about CDC, he mad. But when you talk about Unity Party, he say, "But the law say." That's Abdullah Mame. You get Ava Topa, the man that won't correct everybody grammar and English on the show. But again, I tell you why. Former Chief of Staff to Alexander Benedict Cummings. We have how you call Fatima, as you can see today, man. Fatima Kennedy, she's the darling on the show. We appreciate her. Fatima's, what's her name? Celie. Of darling on the show. She's a sweetheart. We appreciate Fatima. You talk about acid dole, another controversial issue. From CDC, he checked her. He said it was rough after the election. No way to wait. He got to come to America to hustle. So he in America, he living a good life. Electricity, food, everything. So he was just kind of disturbed the whole day because he's not in Liberia again. But he got to deal and cover home, But that's CDC strength. We got Uncle Sam traveling all around. Now he's in South Africa. He's going all around the world, but he comes with his own criticism. He will criticize you today, then tomorrow when you settle him, then you come out and say, I don't think so. Let's give him another chance. That's how you have it. We have Mr. Duaru and the people. Mr. Dorupa, everything the military style. He and every immigrant shoot on sight. That Duaru, he got to make it happen. We have how you call it? Who else we missing? I call Mr. Duaru. I call Dr. Boble. Dr. Boble is a great man. He's very cool, quiet. He knows when to speak, and he's very patient. Join us also for Data Patrick, right? Fandela Patrick is a great addition to the show. On the one-on-one with the CEO, Abdullah Kiatama, he brings different spies to the program. On Sunday, we'll be having a great guest this coming Sunday. You have Kev Hassan that the people just don't like. They say, get rid of Kev Hassan. This is the Liberian People Show. I don't understand. You said this is the Liberian People Show, but you say get rid of Kev Hassan. So is he not a Liberian too? But again, I don't know. A lot of people, they hate him, but a lot of people love him. That's the way it is in this business. So again, who else am I missing though, Nelson? Did I call everybody? Huh?
Angie, your own Angie Mama.
No, Angie Mama, I don't know what her position. One day she for CDC, another day she for Unity Party. 1 month she for CDC, another month she for Unity Party. When Winston Tapper made her vet, then she for Unity Party. When Joey called her, then she for CDC. I don't understand Angie Mama. Yeah, I read it down. Martin Colley come in and contribute a lot. We appreciate Martin Colley, a great activist. We work together. I want to send a shout out to Martin Colley. Shout out to Rodney CA as well. They're running a great newspaper in the country. Again, it's over. Today is Wednesday. The president spoke. Tomorrow, listen, the president will be getting ready to go back to Liberia. It's a great thing. The president have to take a decision on the drugs issue, take a decision on Amin Modai, on Abdullah Kamara. With the president reshuffle his government, all these things is at stake because you can't just sit there, and we prosecute folks from CDC and our own people stealing our country money and resources. and imparting themselves. Look at the life like Double Jala, you talk about Amin Modab. Now the fight that took place today at the Public Work Ministry, you talk about Prince Tamba and Roland Guinness fighting for power, fighting for the little grave in the sea. From day one, I said that Roland Guinness was a disaster at that place from day one. Now they all want to come back and appreciate me because I see people and I see it from day one. I said Roland Guinness is a problem in this place. There's all CEO one construction company say you might be. Listen, folks, I don't want anything. No rights, no construction. I have it. I don't want it. The only thing I want, like, bro, be better. From day one, I said Roland Guinness was a problem. And I'm sticking to my gut. I know him. I wish him well, man, but he's a problem. They shouldn't listen. You don't know who brought Roland Guinness? That Jeremiah Quinn recommended Roland Guinness to the president. Seriously. Cooper Craft for MDR. Joseph Yima Boakai Henta. Because of all the political connection here and there. But the president got to stand up tall and say, you know what? I'm a Christian. I really don't want to use the word. But he needs to say, forget all this. I got to do it for the Liberian people. The president got to settle the LDA issue. ASAP. The president got to settle the issue. In public work right now, they are fighting, seriously. I mean, fighting. You know what they did today? We'll tell them all. We'll tell them all. They are fighting. The same thing that took place at LDA that was taking place as a public work. The same thing. It's bad for our country. So for me, I would say like I see it, most of them don't want to talk to me, and that's okay. I was surviving over them, But I would say like I see it, President Joseph Boakai mean well, but it's not only that he mean well, you got to just do it. You got to do it. It's bad for our country. It's bad. Armstrong Jabba, my Christian brother Armstrong Jabba, and we are saying to you, it's good to have you as always, Armstrong. People say, stand over the LDC issue. The LDC issue that Vlad, nothing happening, So, join us tomorrow. Let's have a great show, a wonderful show, a unique show. Because of you, we are here. Nelson Colette, the people, Nelson, the people, Colette. You can speak Colette?
The people asking for the photo for last.
You see, you won't create problem here.
If people say you adding crime, like you know what James put the flomo.
You see me? One thing I get in my life.
Happy anniversary to you.
One thing I get in my life. Everything get time. I will never let that one go. Between you and James, I waited for the appropriate time. I will make you cry. I will make you cry and cry river. Watch and see.
The best photo was the one I searched for and I posted. The 2023 photo. But our other photo there, like James, I just wanted to make the disclaimer. Like James brought all our other pictures in the
I got no problem. And today is what, the 25th, right?
Yeah.
Ask you when his school fee is due. They will kick you out of school. They will jail him. Watching pool and watch and see. Ask him. And then you think that joke? Ask him. He called it tired. All day I didn't pick up your call.
The Liberian people already started begging for us. So the people begging for us.
Yeah, but everybody you in Liberia, you can maneuver, but James Bond, you'll be stuck.
The mainstream lane also.
I don't worry about that again. But listen. Thank you very much, Nelson. Thank you for the great show. Is there any announcement? What's scheduled tomorrow? What's happening tomorrow? Are you going to the Capitol building tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow the Senate is expected to close. There was a 1 week extension, so it comes to an end tomorrow. It should go up to Friday, but officially they'll be closing tomorrow. The major thing was the passage of the budget. There were other committee reports and stuff, but once the budget is passed, they will officially close tomorrow. Because even the pro tem is not in the country, and so the the session, the special sitting is being presided over by the chair-owned executive, Senator
It's
James.
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, but listen, it's all good. We got a great show tomorrow. Again, I want to say hi to everybody. Thank you a lot. It's good seeing you all. It was a wonderful show. Thanks for sharing the show. Thanks for being our family. Go on Spoon Network and just follow us and just like us, and and go on YouTube. Be part of this. Share your questions, share your concern. If you want to send your pictures, you want to send video, make sure your son is not copyrighted, please. We like to show your video. We want to post your picture. We want you to be part of the family. So do us a favor. One is that music that we can play, we'll not play it. But if you get your nice picture, you're doing something, just send it. James Nelson will post it for you. And a lot of people are going to see you, okay? Again, we say thank you so much. May God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country. Till we meet again, have a good night. Good night, Nelson.
Yes, sir. Have a good night too. Well, again, folks, thank you for being here tonight. It's been another great edition of Spoon Talk. As always, this is where you get the news. This is where you get the updates. This is where you get the critical analysis. This is where Liberians, regardless of where they are across the world, run every single day to get authentic information. And I say thanks to everyone for being here. Thanks to our folks across the internet. Whether you've been following on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, or Super TV, we appreciate you. Thanks for the folks on YouTube, Spoon Talk Live. Thanks for joining us as well. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. As you know, another edition of the show that you don't want to miss. You can join us 8 p.m. Liberian time. And the time varies. It depends on where you are across the world. But just take into consideration 8 p.m. Liberian time. Some places it's going to be 3:30 p.m., 3:30 in the afternoon. Some of you 4 o'clock or even later or earlier than that. But yes, you can always make up time to join Spoon Talk. And thanks to our folks across radio as well. Our partner radio stations, the affiliate radio stations that will always relay the show. We appreciate everyone in Bowman County, Trust FM, in Grand Crew, Trend Radio, in Bone County, Premier FM, in Margibi County, Gibi FM. We appreciate all of you for always relaying the show. Radio Yalaman in Seclepie, Neighbor County as well. So have a good night. I'm Nelson Collier, Aloysius Banks, Massa Soiree, Bernard Davis, George Morris Jr., Moses Bono, all of you, Sandra Gower, yes, Philip Bala, Mr. Bala, thanks for being here. Maruf Goba, thanks for being here. Tita Brown, everyone, Lavette Bondo, Flex Door, Sumo Jackson, Harriet Marcus, Eugene Pia. We appreciate all of you for joining us tonight. Join us tomorrow for another great show. Shortly we'll shortly bring you the program, The Late Night Show. You can make up time to join us. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, Stan